Let's get it. Let's get it. Some Guardian Druid keys, although I might actually work on some Brewmaster stuff today as well. We'll see. Tank tuning is in, and we got buffed slightly. Let's talk about it. There's a lot going on. Also, do not freak out. I got a very short haircut. It is shorter than I normally get. I don't mind it. It's different. I don't mind it. It's just different. Different is not bad. But it was definitely because it was like the guy's first day. Like, he was like, he looked at me, he saw the foreigner walk into his shop, and he was like, help. Like, he like looked at the other people, and I was like, don't worry about it, dude. And then he was trying to cut my hair, and he was like, I was like, can I get it kind of short today? He's like, yeah. He's like, can I just do this? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So, all good. But it is definitely shorter than it normally is. So, that is what we're up to today. All right, let's see if we can get a few friends in the group and see what keys we got. I believe we're all Resil 15, so I guess we'll be working on our 16s today. Maybe a few 17s. Let's find out. Excited. The Guardian Druid buffs are interesting, especially because they kind of, like, I always play Flashing Claws, which gives me more rend and tear, right? So I wonder if this will also be damage done to target increased by 3%, or if it's just going to be a DR. I don't know. Should be interesting. Alrighty then. Let's do it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Alright. Should be fun. I got pretty much all day to game. I don't have a ton of other plans today. So, I just got work later. Maybe we do a little bit of a longer stream. Perhaps we do some long gaming hours today. We'll find out. We'll find out. Alrighty then. What keys we got? What keys we got? I still have a 17 Nexus in my bags, I believe. I have 17 Nexus. I'm happy to drop it for the team if we want to do like 16 or something. I believe somebody else might have. I don't know what keys they did or did not do already. So let's find out. Playing with time difference is weird because sometimes I log in and obviously they've already been gaming for a while. Most of my friends. He has 16 Nexus. Okay, so let's just do Nexus then. We got two 16 Nexuses. We'll get that done real fast. Sounds good to me. Let's do it. Send Arson a little collab. Let's go. He's been gaming, I think, you know. Yo, what's up, Data Ray? Yeah, it's a short haircut. Shorter than I've ever had, for sure. I think we had two Nexus. Correct. I have 17. I have 17. 17. So we can try 17 or we could just go 16. I don't mind. You know, the truth is, I really feel like Bear can tank all 17s right now, but I'm not really in a rush to get there. I actually think that people who are significantly in a rush right now might have the wrong idea. This season is just beginning. There is a lot left to game. So on one hand, it's cool to get like that super early IO, but I feel like people need to pace themselves. Otherwise, they're going to burn out. Like people who just are going super hard and they're like not playing with friends or whatever. They're only trying to get as much IO as possible. I actually wonder if that will translate to good results this season or not. That is the question. All right, I'll pull a little Discord notification out and let's go. I'm a bit tired. Been recently kind of tired, but that's okay. Go live. Boom. Let's do Guardian Druid keys. Let's do it. Guardian Druid buffed, man. Let's go. So I think the buff only gets applied on the next hotfix. It's not live yet, so that would be kind of nice if it was, but that's okay. It came up very positively I came up positively on a Reddit post? Wait, somebody Reddit posted about me, Requiem? Can you send it to me? I'm kind of curious now. Wait a second. Hold up. You mean what do you mean I was on a Reddit post? I was the subject of a Reddit post? Uh-oh. That's normally not good. I don't think normally that's not a good thing. You don't want to be the subject of a Reddit post. You're saying it was positive though? Okay. All right. What, tell me about it. Yeah, what do you guys think about the haircut? What do you guys think? It's short. It's shorter than I've ever had my hair before. What do you think, Malden? What do you think? What do you think? I think it's okay. I think it's decent. I don't hate it. It's just going to take some getting used to because it's quite short. The one thing is it was clearly his first day. Like it was his first day at the haircut shop, clearly, because he was very concerned, right? But the thing is, what's up, BG? Thank you for the Prime sub. What happened to your hair? So it's like a buzz cut, right? Like it's shorter than it normally is, 100%. I get it. But the thing is, he didn't shape it. So it just kind of looks flat. It looks sort of regular to me. Like there was no shaping. He didn't really do like any sort of like, I don't think it's balanced very well, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? What is my item level at now? Good morning. Looking sharp. Thank you. Thank you. I don't mind. It'll grow back. You know, it's hair. Honestly, he was a little. He thought he cut it too short, and he felt really bad. By the way, he basically was like, "Hey, I'm sorry." It was very his first day. I was like, "Guys, no worries. It'll grow back. A week or two from now, it'll be the length I normally get it cut." You know what I mean? Though. You've convinced me to play bear. Good vids. Love your view on tanking. Oh, thank you, Max. I appreciate it. Nice. Should I send a hero crest or not? Hero crests are an interesting topic. We could talk about that in a second, though. What's up, TH? Early, is this early? I think I'm late today. I had a coaching call this morning, and then I had to go drink a milkshake. So I feel like I'm a little late, but we're here now. It doesn't appear that random is around. If random isn't around, that is A-okay. But we'll go like this then. Feels early? Really? Oh, well. All right, I'll take it. I'll consider it. So you want to start with the 17 and then go 16 and just see who we can find? I don't see why we couldn't do 17. The question is, do I need to adapt the route for 17? Like Deco, that's the one question I have. I still feel like 17 will just be a bit of a timer check. Like if we played clean, I swear you could time 17, but it might just end up being a 16, to be honest. That might be what it is. I think you want to Devour. That would probably be Biss to grab a Devour in here, and then somebody else. Who's this handsome man with the fresh haircut? That's me, Nacho. All right, let me check. Exilio says that I was in a Reddit post. I want to read Requiem. He's getting his peach sub left and right in 16s. Really? So to be fair, first time that happened to me was here though. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on. I'm struggling going above 10 though. Oh man. Oh, that's actually super cute. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Requiem. I see it now. I see the Reddit post. That is actually adorable, and I'm very okay with that. Oh, that's adorable. Thank you. I'm glad that people like my content. I'm glad that I can help people feel more comfortable tanking, and I'm glad that people enjoy my streams. That's cool. That is always good to see. All right, let's see who we're taking for this. There is a big rogue here. Assassination rogue. Who do we actually want for 17? I think you want just a high item level Devour Demon Hunter. That's like first and foremost, is you're looking for Devour Demon Hunter. Take me, Gamble. What are you playing? I think you want, basically, we need like a... We want this. What's up, K Tom? Hey, everybody. Hello. Good morning. You want basically Shaman plus Devour Demon Hunter. If Mr. Boris wants to come... That is a good question. Oh, wait, hold up. Random's coming. Okay, so now we have Ellie. And then aside from Ellie, of course we could take Kent. I have no problem taking Kent. Random just logged on. I saw that. So Random's getting on. So that means we'll have an Ellie Shami. Technically, the highest DPS would be a Devourer Demon Hunter. But if we want to take Mr. Kent, we can. However, Kent will make the timer harder, to be fair. I know he's a good rep pally, of course. But should we just send Kent? I don't think he needs a 16 is the thing. I don't know if I could heal 16s or 17s. We have a healer with us already. So I've got a friend, Affliction Warlock, and Deco there. He's the Mistweaver, and he does stream his point of view if you ever wanted to check him out. I'm kind of happy to play with Ken always. It's not... He's like 6 item levels behind and is not a Devourer Demon Hunter. And I do think that 17 might get a little tight, but I would still like to play with friends, ultimately. Like, I'm cool with it. What do you guys think? Realistically, I think if we take Kent, then it will most likely be a 16, not a 17. Maxicam, oh, thank you for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate that. I look forward to making a bunch more content. I just have been so busy with keys that I haven't actually had the time to do some of the ideas that I've had in my head. But yeah, of course, let's just take Kent. I think we can send Kent here. And then we go like this. Yeah, we're going to bring the homie, basically. And... go from there. And so we'll get Kent in here for 17, and then we'll get Random on for the Ellie Shami, and we'll do that. Does Bear get rocked from getting hit in the back? No, Koshmar. So, one of the reasons that Bear is such a friendly first tank is specifically because, and this is the thing, it's specifically because positioning is less important on Bear. Now, granted, you still want to face the mobs, right? but you don't need to face the mobs. OG Sicko, yo, what's up, dude? How's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. So the thing about Bear that's so friendly is that I don't actually, yeah, you can get hit in the back. Now, you don't want to. There are many reasons why you'd still want to face the mobs, but it's the least punishing tank when it comes to your positioning in terms of facing the mobs or not. I'm 272 this week. That's the max I'm going to get. I have no more hero crests to spend. I'm capped on this. I have to save these mythic crests. Unfortunately for me, there's nothing I can do about this situation. Do you send mangles on single target? No, I do not, actually, interestingly enough. I am not sending mangle in this build. This is a no mangle build, because I've even dropped Soul of Forest. So this talent build does not take Soul of Forest. Now, we'll see what the timer looks like in a 17 Nexus. That's a good question. That's a real question, is whether or not we're going to be able to do that. Why only Ellie and not Og? Well, first of all, I guess you could play Og, first of all. Og is doing well right now. But my Ellie, because he's a friend, first and foremost. Mostly because he's a friend. That's why. Now, granted, I think 17 does actually become a DPS check. Like, it becomes a timer check. There's only so much you can do to route Nexus further, right? But, you know, he can Og too. Well, I mean, he could, technically. But I think Ellie Shami is a good buff for this group. Also, Shaman buff is very valuable. Shaman buff is going to be more damage overall. Okay. So there is a route that we talked about developing for Nexus, but I kind of don't even want to do this, though. Now I'm going to take that map. Hi, Epiphany. I saw you there. I had a friend coming. Sorry. I saw it was the second Kent applied, and then that was it, though. You know what I mean? Well, I really had Leech Helm in my bags. Oh, nice. Solid. All I do is heal, but I'm almost 90 on your lock, trying to be a mini arson. Hey. Ellie, because you need Lust. We definitely need the Lust, though. Is Resto Shaman doing pretty good? It depends almost entirely, to be honest. Resto Shaman does well when it has the right comp that kind of desires it. You can play Resto Shaman right now, although I wouldn't describe it as the best. It just is good. And it works very well with physical comps, because Resto Shaman buff is so valuable for most content, right? Let's see. Kent, you want to stream together with Arson and I? I mean, if he wants to. I don't know if Kent wants to do it or not. I mainly play with the VDH. What healer pairs well with that? VDH right now. Now, granted, most tanks and healers don't have like a specific grouping that they have to have anymore. But VDH definitely likes a healer with a strong external. They can be pretty self-sufficient in their cooldowns, but since they have gaps these days, VDH really, really wants a healer that can have a strong external. So even Ironbark on a Resto Druid is decent. I mean, it can work with anything, but it would probably prefer something like a Resto Druid or even a Disc Priest, believe it or not. VDH or Brew, which is more easier. I would say, I think Brew is easier right now, believe it or not. VDH feels weird. What is the name of the cooldowns adding? This one right here, the thing that tracks cooldowns, is called Mini CC. It's basically the new Omni CC. Yep. Can you show me your macros? Of course. Yeah. So I have a few macros. They're all linked in Discord too. And I'll just, here we go. I have lots of trauma with Resto Druid. Yeah, so there are certain healers that work well with certain tanks. And yeah. 17 Nexus. Oh, yeah, I know I can live. I've never seen you lose these. Well, you know, it does happen. It can happen. I know I can live. The question is whether or not being able... The question is, will we have time? Like, it's a DPS check, because I know how to route this as aggressively as I possibly can. My build, I don't think, like, this is where it starts to get interesting. If my no Apex build, I could do 10k more tank damage. And does that start to matter at this key level? I think you have to basically play this with like sub 1 or 2 deaths. There's only, I don't know if there is some special stuff people are doing for 18 Nexus or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that's the real question. Because I feel like you can't giga route this. Like, there's only so much you can do, you know? Here, let me get you my macros and stuff. So the Discord's here. Let's see. Macros, builds, routes, linked here. Thank you, TH, linked here. Boom, like bam. And we go like this, though. Yeah, no, so the route, I have a route that I made in beta, and it's just, yeah, I think this is just a timer. It's this and Alcathar Academy is I'm limited on how quickly I can route it. If I feel like the timer's tight, there's only so much I can do to increase the timer by pacing it, you know what I mean? Pally, yeah. The Pally butt guys, the tank tuning is weird. You guys see the tank tuning? Yeah, I got a very short haircut. Is there an easier way to find the dude without horns in this dungeon? The last boss? I let someone else do it. I'm a little worried, to be honest with you, though. Like, here's the thing. I'm bad at it. I let somebody else do it, man. I'm really, like, sometimes I find it, but normally I don't find it. I let somebody else do it. I'm really bad at it. That's the truth. The truth is that I'm just bad at it. All right, let me put my symbiotic on either my healer or my Elishami, either one, and we'll go here. This is the build I'm playing right now, and here we go, though. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. I don't need this, by the way. No cleanse needed in this dungeon. Let's do it. We are about to be a little tankier. We are. Guardian Druid got buffed, and my build technically got buffed slightly more than other builds because I'm going to get 2% extra DR because I play double flashing claws. I know some other builds were taking it, but most builds were not, though. All right, here we go. Yep. Affliction Warlock also got buffed, but only for PvP. Yeah, they didn't buff it at PvP. Koshmar, a flex redeem. I can do that. I was talking Pally, but Guardian too. So, did they come out with changes? Yeah, so their class changes today. I'll probably make a video about it tonight. They're not the right changes. I will go out on a limb and just immediately tell you it's not the best changes. There were a better way to change tanks. So Brewmaster, slight nerf to their self-sustain. Guardian Druid, slight buff to their survivability, but no damage change. And VDH got a slight damage buff, but with their auto attack damage? Question mark? Okay. Blood DK is the one that got buffed the most. Blood DK received actual buffs. Prop Pally got buffed, but only to their damage, not to their armor. They got a small Light of the Titans buff. Yeah. The auto attack thing is so weird. I've never seen them tune the game for tanks, in terms of auto attack down. I ain't never seen that before in my life. Like, auto attack damage being the thing they're tuning is just strange, okay? Do you know what I mean? It's not normal. Like, it's such a weird way to tune tanks in particular, So excited for the Blood DK buffs. Yeah, the Blood DK buffs those are substantials. Yo, what's up, Soon? Soon, you're doing a big boy key. I saw you on the leaderboard. I saw you in like an 18 or something on the leaderboard. I was checking last night. I'm playing no Apex? Yeah, I'm playing no Apex for this. We'll see. I really think that Nexus is more like this key ends up being a DPS check more than anything. It's just, there's only so much that I can do to route this even faster. I think that there is a high key route where you are intentionally going to the left first and you're pulling the first seer in the first pull because of how dangerous that mob is. I have seen that before. But Soon, you tell me if you think Guardian Druid is powerful. Let's see how much my health moves on this first pull. Are you ready? I know I'm super tanky. This build that I'm playing is basically and functionally immortal. It does good damage. It's just, it holds threat really well. The problem with it, holy fuck. All right, I was wrong. What happened there? Oh my god, the Null Sunders didn't get healed off. That's hilarious. My bad. Okay. Oops. Never mind. Take two. Never mind. I just missed the Frenzied Regen, I guess. No, it's a reset. Null Sunder stacks to 10. Yeah, that's my bad. I thought actually... That's very surprising. I've never had... So 17, the Null Sunders start to hurt more. I take it back completely. That's really random. That wasn't a lag thing. That was just me not expecting the Null Sunder stacking to 10. Super interesting. Super interesting. 16 it is. All right. Well... I'm surprised that there's a key level where that happens. Okay, so I need to hit Frenzied Regen more in my rotation. That's it. That's all I need to change for the future. Null Sunder stack to 10. Yeah. I got a 10 stack Null Sunder. I saw that. Okay, 16 it is real quick. Yeah, so all that happened there, by the way, is the way that those defenders work. There is a key level where I need to be hitting Frenzied Regen more often in that window. Okay. I don't know what Null Sunder is. Null Sunder is the thing that the defenders do. That's my bad. Noted. When I get to 17, I have to worry about that. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I know what to do there. Brilliant trolling us. I think the brew nerfs were actually not substantial enough. Like, it's actually, surprisingly, it's going to be just fine. My bad. Noted. I just missed the healing absorb because it went to 10 stacks. Null Sunder to 10 stacks was one too many, though. Oh, he doesn't want to come for 16. That's okay. It actually makes more sense for our comp anyways. All right, sounds good. Noted for 17. Noted for future. I gotta watch Salt. Yeah, 10 stack. Noted for future. That's how you learn. Sometimes you get to a key level where your item level is not actually enough, and then boom, you know what? You just GG's go next. All right, I learned. The second we get to 17 here again, I need to spend one different global. I am very surprised. So there's this... So in that poll, right, there's 3 different tank busters. Ordinarily, there's one that does a necrotic effect, right? I out-heal it easy normally, right? But there, I missed it. I missed by like 2%, so it refreshed. And I got to 10 stacks and insta-death. That's how that works. That's actually what happened there. Yeah, it was about 2% off. I was about 2% off, or 1 global. I know how to do it in the future, though. Welcome to tanking. So here's an interesting fact I will say. You see how I died there? My DPS is asking me, he's like, what happened? And I was like, great question. That's the funniest thing to me, though, is when DPS players see that happen to tanks, you know what they do? They go like this. They go, haha, no, definitely not a cocoon issue. It was straight up, that's an HPS issue. Believe it or not, that was an HPS issue. Deco, are you listening to my stream? I can explain it on stream. So here's what happened there. Yeah, interestingly enough, yeah, so the way that Null Sunder works, that was like 200k. So, yeah, I know. Believe it or not. So here's how that mechanic works. I show you. They stack a necrotic effect on you that continuously increases every time it refreshes. But the way you have to deal with it is if you out-heal the first few stacks, then all of a sudden, they won't refresh to higher stacks. But if you miss out-healing the stacks, then you're in danger, right? Oh, Draco wants to come? Draco's a good rep, Pally. I don't really... He has myth track gaze. That's hilarious. I don't mind taking Draco. We can take a rep, Pally. Yeah, he's good. I have no problem with that, though. Does Hellstone clear it? Yeah, technically. My bad. Sorry, Soon. I'm sorry you had to see that. That was the first time that's ever happened. I just missed it, just barely. You didn't see that, Soon. I swear. It'll be good next time. But yeah. Technically. I just wasn't expecting it there, though. Yeah, me neither, by the way. Yeah, same. Normally that rotation is plenty fine. It's never been an issue before. Just noted for 17, though. It's just the tank thing, you know, when you're testing the water. Exactly. So that's what happens. This is exactly right, Soon. What I wish DPS players understood is that sometimes a tank, as the key levels get higher, the DPS does exactly the same thing every single key. Like my Warlock is going to open exactly in that way, right? He's going to do the same thing. If this was an 18 Nexus, he would do the same DPS rotation. He's not changing his rotation. But me as a tank, I have to change the rotation. I have to make a plan. As the keys get higher, it's actually on me to learn what cooldowns I need to send. And if I'm wrong, then I die. If he's wrong, then he just does a little less damage. Does that make sense? If he says, I should save because the pack's going to die, but the key level's too high and it doesn't, then he just does a little less damage. No, Torizi, I wouldn't blame anybody except myself. The healer could have done this on me, but mostly that was on me. If I hit a different global, I would have been able to... I had many defensives. I just wasn't expecting it. It's very strange for me to die during that window. I was definitely not expecting it. But you know what? I learned the next time we have 17 Nexus won't be a problem. Shan't be a problem at all. That's what I mess with, Ken. Yeah, it's interesting. They apply... Those guys, by the way, are an auto attack diff. If you It would help. To learn on. All right, Lee. Oh, what's up, Lee? How's it going? Druid Guardian, big butts is true. Druid Guardian has big butts. What's up, Lee? Hey, bro, thoughts on those new buffs? Technically, those new buffs probably wouldn't have died last dungeon. New buffs they're decent. They're not. The tank tuning coming up is interesting, right? Lee, have you seen the tank tuning? I can't say I'm super happy about it. I feel like I wish they would have done it a slightly different way. I don't think the tank tuning was very well targeted, to be honest with you. But some of the tanks are interesting. I mean, Blood DK getting the massive buffs. Guardian Druid, I will take, on average, 7% less damage starting next week. I don't mind it, but I don't really feel like I needed it. Although, again, now I'm getting to that key level where it does start to hurt. If I had just hit a few different globals there, wouldn't have been a problem, but I was not anticipating. Prop Pally's got good damage buffs. The problem with the Prop Pally is they didn't really need damage buffs necessarily. They needed armor buffs, but they didn't get armor buffs. They got a Light of the Titans buff, which is just a strange way to try to buff their survivability. I mean, basically like 2% on the magic damage reduction talent, 10% more on redoubt the talent. Like, I'm not a fan of what they did, to be honest with you. I don't think that they buffed prop paladins correctly, in my opinion. It's a little bit of a strange way to buff prop pallies, for sure. I think that the biggest takeaway from this is that Blood DK actually got buffed, though. All right, now, this time, we're going to pay more attention. That is interesting. How's the brew nerf? That's a good question. Brew nerf is substantial. Like 10% on Vital Flame is quite a bit, but it's not a stagger nerf. And because they didn't nerf stagger, I have a feeling that Brewmaster will be just fine, right? Is your bait rotation without mangle? Let me show you this key. We're going to get it just fine this time, Koshmar. That last one, you didn't see that. That was me learning real quick that on 17, I have to hit Frenzied Regen 1 or 2 more times in the middle of that pull. And make sure I maybe get some distance, watch my SI, potentially Typhoon away, Vortex, etc. There are many things I could have done. I just was actually shocked that I died. I was very unexpected there, because normally we would not die there. What's up, Snuffy? Thank you for the Prime sub. Did you want Earth Shield? No. Honestly, thanks for the build. Got me into Tanga this season. You're welcome. Hey, Brooksar. Hello. If you guys are from Lee's stream, hello. That's just how tanks learn. How tanks learn as keys get higher. I can sequence differently and live no problem. Next 17, no problem. What's up, Poke? How's it going? Hello. Let's play this build now, and let's go time the 16 Nexus, shall we? Sad I missed your Pally Tank stream last night. Don't worry, because I didn't end up playing Pally Tank. Yesterday was a short stream. Today, however, we can get some monster energy drinks, which I'm probably not actually going to do, though. Did you retire the Prop Paladin? I'm still going to end up playing Pally a little bit, though. I'm still going to end up playing my Paladin, but I don't think I'm going to main Paladin. You know what I mean? Noob, what do you think? I got a haircut. It's a big haircut. Thoughts? It's short now. I look like a normal dude. I look like an average white guy who moved to Thailand to get some bitches. I look like I'm just here for Muay Thai. Like, I look like a standard, stereotypical white dude who moved here. That's how I feel. All right, shall we play this build here? Let's go. Combat log on. Here we go. That last one, we weren't logging it. This one, here we go. Yeah, I know, right? It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. All right, who am I putting this on? Symbiotics on the healer. Here we go. So also something I need to do is I need to get better at taking the gateway. If he puts the gateway down, I want to take it in the future. What's up, Nid? How's it going? All right, we're going to do Boomy Starfall Tech for aggro. Moonfire that as I walk past. That was a slight bit of a delay. That delay makes me wonder if I'm lagging, actually, because I normally have that global way faster. That's interesting. I do wonder if I'm lagging a bit. So this time, the Null Sunders, you can see how I'm clearing them as they get applied. And that's the interesting thing. So I'm not stacking Null Sunders here. It was just a missed global. Literally, it was just one of those things that shouldn't normally happen, but as the 17, all I need to do is hit Frenzied Region. You can see my health is incredibly stable. It was just one of those, I haven't done this on 17 before, and I think I must have missed the Null Sunder by literally 1%. Like, you can see the massive difference in my health. Didn't even move there, right? Like what a ridiculous difference in this, though. How are you clearing them? Frenzied Regen. Like, mostly just Frenzied Regen. You can see my HPS is massive. Mostly Frenzied Regen. And it really makes me wonder if I had just hit, like, a slightly different button. Like, if I wonder on 17 how much that actually hurts. All right, I'm going to kick this Nullify, and then we're going to just top-down camera view here. The Null Work Blast, I want to make sure that I have Bark Skin up for it. I want to hold my Typhoon, and then here we go. Yeah, this build that I'm playing actually has ridiculous HPS. One of the benefits of playing this build is its HPS values. Its HPS is very, very high. Okay, good. I was a little off with my positioning here, though. So I'm just going to watch my health on this next Null Work Blast. We do have to make sure that this does not cast. So I'm going to Typhoon it away. I'm going to watch my health here because I might die. That Null Work Blast is no joke. I'm going to Lunar Beam. This pull, if I pull the Sentinel in, can get a little bit messed up. So we're going to watch the Smudge, and then we're going to make sure we move on. So from this point, I can chain. He's going to deal with the Dread Bellow as I can send Barkskin if I need to. Going to go here, though. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like it is a very soldier look, isn't it? That's exactly kind of what I was thinking about it. So there's a Null Work Blast on me. Draco ended up taking it but he has Bubble, so that's good. That thing does Fervent. I'm going to go here. I'm kiting this a little bit wildly. This isn't my best dungeon, I will say. Mostly because I feel like I've got a little bit of the jitters. I've got to wake up. I should have done like a warm-up key. That last one was a warm-up key. This time, for sure, we're going to win. We got it. We got it. How many percentage change for Prop Pally? No, I actually don't know specifically what the percentage change would be like for Prop Pally. I am not sure about that. It'll be mostly single target. The Judgment buffs were fairly massive. I mean, Judgment is a huge part of your damage in single target. I think that, though, they might be trying to compensate for the fact that you do have to play Sentinel right now. You know, are you just macroing Ironfur? Correct. The macro Ironfur build here is just straight up into Thrash. There's no difference there whatsoever. It's just into Thrash. Now, something feels weird. I feel like I'm in Resto gear or something like that because this is, maybe I'm just playing poorly. It's possible I am, in fact, just playing poorly today. You know, it happens sometimes. But I feel like I normally do a lot more damage. So, hold up. I want to watch aggro here. Sometimes. Yeah, but basically, if those are all the brew nerfs, I have a feeling you should just reroll brew. If you want to be the quote-unquote meta tank, if that's all that Brewmaster gets, that tank is still going to be extremely good. 10% on Vital Flame's a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's not nothing, but it is not the end of the world. Like, you are going to be... You're actually... You should be quite happy if you're a Brewmaster right now about how those nerfs ended up being for you. In-cap Roar, and then Typhoon away. There you go. I think that Brewmasters should be pretty excited about how they're feeling. All we have to make sure to do is just watch ground effects and not have any deaths. Because if we spent... We really have to stop B-resing trash, by the way. In future, no B-res on trash. If we have deaths to trash, we cannot B-res trash. It's something we really have to change our habits on. My comp loves to just send to B-res, but I actually think that that's a very, very extremely dangerous thing to do. Because if we have any mistakes here, then all of a sudden, we're not going to have it for boss. And the timers are friendly enough where even if we had 1 or 2 deaths, I still think it's never really the right idea at this exact moment to be thinking about that. I would not B-res the trash pretty much ever, unless you're going to have a full wipe. And in that situation there, we weren't going to have a full wipe. So I think that was the bad idea, by the way, to B-res there. Hopefully we won't need it. We just play the rest clean and we'll be okay. But most likely, I feel like there's a lot of areas and dungeons like these where you just have like one little puddle death here, one little this there, etc. There's so many little things that can happen. Okay, Searing Rends. I have that Frenzied Regen ticking on me. So you can see the difference in how tanky I am here. Quite tanky. Quite tanky. I have a good rotation of cooldowns. Prod is 2 B-reses. Well, we use the B-Res. How do you decide to leave and get to next pull? So that's pure dungeon knowledge, by the way. But some paying attention, paying attention, paying attention. Complete dungeon knowledge. Depends entirely on the pull. I actually have no technical way to answer that question. Also, why did they spawn before that image died? That's weird. This is the no Apex talent? Correct, yeah. My damage feels really low today compared to how it normally feels on this build, so I might just be missing some globals, or maybe my ping is higher than it normally is. Sometimes that happens. I think that definitely people have no real respect for what it's like to play the game with like 200 plus ping. Sometimes you just miss globals. It doesn't feel like, I feel like my ping's fine. I think it must just be me waking up. So this next key from here will do more DPS. It does okay damage. It's a little less damage than the traditional Apex build. No, I am not KB. It's also a no mangle build. I know, it's super weird. It does work. It doesn't struggle with threat. It has very solid... It's got... This build actually does work. But the thing that you lose the most is just straight up damage. But you're super tanky, though. No, I don't have any Apex. 0 Apex, Torizy. I don't play any Apex talents. So here, I'm just going to hit Incarn because it's up. Normally, I save it for boss, knowing what I'm going to do next, but I think it's the sequencing is a little off. We need bigger damage. Yeah, this is a no mangle, no this. How do I decide when to chain? I wish I had an easy answer for you there, to be honest with you. The problem with knowing when to chain is it depends on the pack. So different mob behavior has different influences with that. Does that make sense? Like, some mobs you don't want to chain because they're archers and they won't move. Some mobs you don't want to chain because if they get one more of their bleed off on a party member, then it will stack with the next pull, like Magister's Terrace. Some mobs you don't want to chain because it's going to hit you like this. Some mobs, like, it just basically the answer is kind of, it always depends. Some mobs are fine to chain. Some mobs we don't want to hit. Some things do extra melee damage, so if I chain, I have to chain slow. Some things are super easy to chain, you know what I mean? Like, basically the answer is it's variable, and it's always variable. Yeah, it's dungeon knowledge, though, primarily. He is aggro, so I have to watch out for a second. Dungeon knowledge drives that decision-making, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so the Scroungers are now on me, and I have good aggro here. Perfect. Okay, so now, because I normally walk in here with Incarn, I would very much not like to use an SI charge here. I don't think I need to. I might just have to Hellstone or proc cheat death. It's okay. I tag this Dread Flail. I want Barkskin up now, and then we're just going to take these circles out. No deaths, and we have this, by the way. Our timer is not going to be in danger if we just are a little bit safe. There's the first SI. On that overlap. I have to keep this guy facing away. I can't get into the beam until that Dread Flail is dead. Once the Dread Flail is dead, no problem. Perfect. Now I can do my boss damage by going Feral Frenzy back into bear form real fast, and then all good. Okay, so he's going to Umbral Lash me right away. If I have the Frenzied Regen shield up, it's no problem. You can even hit a second one because my Incarn's coming back, etc. And then from here, we drop Lunar Beam on cooldown. Yeah, it's hard to answer because it really depends on the dungeon. Like, Windrunner's Spire has a ton of good chains. But then when to chain in that dungeon is basically entirely about when you kill... Like, in the second pull, you can chain all of the soldiers, but you cannot chain the guy who does the magic dispel, the Restless Steward. And so that dungeon is basically, when do I chain, is the answer is specifically outside of when that caster dies, if that makes sense. Okay, Dread Flail is stunned outside, so I need to go bring him here. He's going to avoid Lash. He needs to be in cleave range of the boss, but I cannot face him toward that. Otherwise, we're all dead. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy to. I really enjoy doing tank coaching. Like, I did a coaching call this morning, and I've had them almost every morning at this point. And I really, really, really enjoy being able to talk to people about these things because so much of it is not clearly understood. And if you understand the fundamentals of tanking, you can do so much for your team, man. Like you can do like an infinite amount for your team. You just have to know those fundamentals. The fundamentals are everything. And so, like, questions like that was a really good question of when do I chain? It depends on is the answer. Also, what comp are you playing with? And when you understand that, you can even add more dungeon knowledge to your already good tanking skills, which is, hey, My comp needs this to be pixel stacked. This comp doesn't need that to be pixel stacked, etc., etc. Okay, I keep this guy away. He's got Void Lash up. That was actually a fair hodge. If he stuns him there, honestly, that means I can stay in the pack. I don't mind that. But if he turns around and hits, though. Okay, close, 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 close. All right, easy. Those birds have started war with the squirrel. There's a squirrel bird war outside. I'm missing this? Damn, that sounds kind of cool. That's your shortfall personally is what? The knowledge of the game in general? Or where do you think you're missing, Torizi? Timer here is pretty good. So big pull, we can just send Lust here as well. I think that's probably a good idea, though. Learning the debuffs. Honestly, like, how do you learn the debuffs? You can watch a guide. I think that a guide, like a lot in my dungeon guides, as an example, all of my dungeon guides specifically include knowledge of, hey, you chain here versus don't chain here. I think that every single... So that's the Null Sunder that gets applied, by the way. You have to be out healing it as it gets applied. Otherwise, you're in danger. Okay, so Incarn's up here. I would just send Lust here probably as well. It's going to be a little bit of a rough grouping because I need a range kick on those mobs. I Vortex. I Typhoon together. I snap him back. I'm going to have to go kick this Adept so he comes into the pull. And then I'm here. My tank damage is irrelevant. The only thing I'm trying to do on this pull is group it for my team. But my actual tank damage doesn't matter. Okay? So now, I'm not taking that Arcanist in here. We are going to have to kill these mana bombs, but do not butt pull the Seer. That's the thing. Do not butt pull the Seer. That's all we have to do. So we're backed up. See how I'm backing these mobs up? Because I know that there's a chance. I'm not in comms with my team. We're not in call, so we have to be careful. And I'm just telegraphing very clearly that we're not going to pull that Seer to the left. We can walk right here, straight through. I'm alive, no problem. Do not pull the Seer. There's no way I pulled that. I was definitely in the right spot. How do we always fucking butt pull this Seer? We really have to stop doing this, man. It absolutely messes up all cooldowns. I definitely didn't. I was definitely not going to pull that. Somebody walked a little bit too close. Okay, so we just have to fight this. It's just a big time loss, but ultimately, the problem with this is that, oh, now we're dead, by the way. Revival, if he has it, good defenses, I mean, good luck. This is the worst thing. I mean, I don't understand how this always gets pulled, man. I definitely didn't. You walk right on that line, and he does not pull. It looked like it came toward me. Okay, here we go, no problem. We just have to finish this off. This Seer is like a 1 minute time loss, and you can't skip percentage here, though. I'm not sure what we have to do to prevent that in the future. But let's settle, and then let's keep going. You can't go left is the problem. Like, left doesn't necessarily make this better, but it sequences our cooldowns entirely wrong. Because now he has to heal this Seer as well. I think my team will be able to help, but still. That's wild. Okay. So now I have to make a decision about the rest of this route. Do I decide that we're going to just have time here without a problem, or do I decide that I have to go faster, slower? Because I want to pull that defender now. I want to pull all those defenders, and I think I will. I'm going to have to pull this here. These is all tank damage. So the thing about this is that it's okay to add because it'll actually help my healer heal. This will make it easier to heal, not harder to heal. And then we're going to go around here, and we still have to fight all this. Yeah, I would say that maybe we just need to adapt the route and intentionally pull this Seer in the first pull. Like, that's what I think, actually. Okay, one range kick in the back to get that Arcanist grouped in. I kind of want the two. We're going to have to change the route. We're going to have to change the pacing. That's unfortunate. It definitely, if we miss this by like a minute, that would be why. So I Barkskin now. Here we go. How can you see the cooldowns? It's not Omni cooldown. It's called Mini CC. It's not perfect because, for example, my Incarn is not tracked right because it gets CDR. Things that get CDR aren't tracked properly. So we'll be okay. I just have to make sure I live because I can die here without big cooldowns up. I kind of just want to soft kite this out now. I'll just basically send that there, and then we're going to hit a Frenzied Regen. Go grab these Engineers, because I still think I need them for percentage. The Seer is not that much percentage, unfortunately. So we can kind of just fight this a little bit chill. Let's just get some of these casters down. There's a battery back down. Please get it, please get it, please get it. Okay, thank God. Okay, good awareness by my team. Now we have to do this. I'm YOLO routing now. This is not... We gotta stop pulling that Seer, man. Going left first, I'm going left. No, we went right first. So I do the middle pack first. And then I think that in higher keys, what people have been doing, because the seers are actually so dangerous, what people have been doing first and foremost is they've actually been going to this left pack first, and then they go here. I have been doing it the opposite way, where I've been going right to the shadow boss first, and the shadow side first. Whoops. This one we Beerus. That one you Beerus. You have to be... Okay. Miscommunications all around. It's okay. Make sure we kill the bomb. Make sure we kill the bomb. I'm not going to die here. Here we go. But there's an Apexless Mistweaver build. That's what he's playing right now, yeah. My Mistweaver has been playing Apexless build. It's a little bit less healing, but it's more damage. Way more. It's like significantly more damage for them. Which, again, is a trade-off, and I don't know if that trade-off is always worth it. Here in this key, because of all the mistakes, our timer is still fine, but it's a little bit tighter than it should be now. And it's not my cleanest key either, though. Have you tried this key? I hear it's rough for tanks. You haven't tried this on a key yet. Oh, there's a lot of tank bust. There's a lot of tank damage in here. When you understand how to deal with it, it's not as bad. But yes, there is a lot of tank damage here for sure. Okay. Timer is okay. We just have to play this boss cleanly. That's it. And we have to please watch the puddles. So we died there to puddles, I'm pretty sure. All right. Technically speaking, we're in this right now. I don't think we've lost this key just yet. But we've made a lot of mistakes, so we have to be a little bit careful about it. All right, here we go. I'm going to Feral Frenzy. Bam. I go straight back into the Thrash. No Sundering Roar just yet. Good clear. Great clear there. Perfect. The next one's right in the middle. Pretty clear, pretty clear. We keep that nice in the corner. And then he's going to take that into the middle there. Nice, nice, nice. One more Thrash, then Sundering Roar into the Lunar Beam. Into Sundering Roar. And then we can keep him right here. And then that next clear is going to be right in the middle. This one right here. Go into the middle there. There we go. Perfect. And those lines are solid, so we're just in this corner now. And then we're going to be blasted back this way. And we're going to try to stack that in that corner, which is about perfect. Perfect. And then we're using this part of the room now. There we go. So when it comes to like feeling comfortable on a tank, though, so much of just feeling comfortable on a tank has to do with the fact that you just need reps. In example, the very first time I did this on 17 just before, and I completely died on the first pull, and I was like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that, because the same rotation on a 16, I didn't die. So I just needed I didn't see it again. The next time we do it on 17, I won't die. I've got it for sure. Next time, 100%. But this time, I had that mistake. Either one of these clears work. You can go. Either one. Doesn't matter. Just clear one of the sides so we can move. There we go. And then we're going to be like here, though. And then we're going to go into the middle-ish area. Just watch the knockback. Try not to get knocked back too much. You won't get knocked back. It's just tiny little knockback, so we're fine. The next one's going to clear behind me. And then we're going to be able to move. Nice, clear, good. And then we have this corner. And then our timer's okay. We're not going to be shy on timer here. We're good. So this means that even with the mistakes, pulling the Seer, having the deaths, imagine that we had a clean Nexus. I really think that 17 is super doable. We're going to move to the open area here, 100%. Yeah, that was a good move. That was a good cross there. That will ensure this here, though. And then I'm going to Feral Frenzy the boss, and we go back into Bear. Nice. Good evening. I'm just getting back into the game and tank. I want to say thank you for your content. Oh, I'm glad that my content helps. I'm excited to make more of it. I just have been busy actually doing keys. So, let's see, though. You like it cut? Thank you. Yeah, I've never had my hair this short before in my life, to be honest. I've never, ever, ever had my hair this short. So, it's new for me. I don't mind it. I don't mind it, I think. It just means that I don't have to go back to the hairdresser for a while, which is great because I do not like the hairdresser. If we kill the boss right now, he's not dead. Good. Okay. Draco's a good rep, Hallie. He's been on top of things. His freedoms, a little movement speed, a little sacrifices. We're chilling. The question is there anything I can skip now or not really? Yo, what's up, Bon Jovi? Other question for people is, yo, I'm also going to look into joining the Patreon. Oh, if you want to, go for it. Aladdin. Out of curiosity, there's another Aladdin. I was wondering, you don't know Bittersweet, right, Aladdin? There's a different Aladdin. Happy small nerf, small Guardian Druid. It's not a big Guardian Druid buff, unfortunately. It's kind of a lackluster, in my opinion. It's quite a Guardian Druid buff. However, it's still something. It's better than nothing, and it's not a nerf, so I'll take it. You know what I mean? I think a ladder insane is the ladder I'm thinking of. Okay, I Vortex right in the middle. Send the Incarn, send some damage, but we can't chain this guy early, though. So do I level my monk or not? Yes. I still think that the 10% Vital Flame, it'll equalize the tanks a bit more. You're not gonna, I don't think you, for example, just start seeing Blood DK out of nowhere because of the recent tuning. So, that being said, I would say yes. Level the Blood DK. Blood DK got buffed a lot, but it's not a crazy amount. It's a reasonable amount. Okay, we're fine. I roar. We cannot chain this in because the only way to chain this in is if you have a Prot Paladin or here, though. If you wanted to Fodom reroll to the meta tank after this recent tuning, it appears to me that the meta tank this season is going to be Brewmaster. It helps equalize at these last nerfs, but since they didn't get a stagger nerf, they only got the Vital Flame nerf. That is a massive portion of their healing, but it's not exactly like it's 100% of their healing. So they take a small HPS loss, like few percent. It's okay, it's a little bit more than that, and the way that it's a substantial nerf, but it's not crazy, right? Trying the name out, I end up feeling squishier. Really? How are you dealing with aggro on pull? If you're playing no Apex build and you're feeling squishier, then something is going wrong. Because this build should be not just immortal, but like amazing snap threat. Are you using a bunch of mangles? Are you not thrashing enough? It must be that you must not be thrashing enough, most likely. Are you swiping Grim as an example? Make sure you take swipe off your bars as well, though. Yo, what's up? Brand new TP, yeah. And your videos are the main thing to help my tank anxiety. Awesome. Congratulations. Nice. Nice. I'm glad to hear it, friendly. That's awesome, though. Torizi just cheered 100 bits. All right, bet. I got 5 squats to do then after this. We got to lock in, though, because we have this run very easy right now, but I just have to make sure that we continue to have this run easy. Like here, I'm going to make sure I don't chain this early. There's no point in chaining it yet. Thank you, Torizi. I'll take that workout for today. If I do some workout here, it means I don't have to go to the gym. You're welcome. Honestly, that's my goal, friendly. I think that a lot of people get so stressed when they tank. An example, by the way, is right before this 16, which we are going to time right now as long as we don't have any deaths. But we had a 17 Nexus, which honestly, friendly, is a great key. I was super excited to do a 17 Nexus. I was like, we got this, right? The problem is, all right, the 17 Nexus, I walked into the first pull, and I had miscalculated his heal by like 2%. 3%, you know, and I died. So I ripped, and the key was over basically before it began because I made a tank mistake. Now I know for the future how to do it, but that doesn't make me, like, I don't feel, for example, terrible. I don't feel like I'm a bad tank. It was like, oh, okay, let me learn from this. And I wish that I could communicate that feeling to other tanks. Because what does tend to happen is that if a tank makes a mistake as the key levels get higher and they don't realize that they're going to die to a mechanic that they could live on a previous key level, then all of a sudden, yeah, they tend to feel actually miserable. Like it's a terrible feeling. And they really start blaming themselves for the whole key. But I just think that you have to die as a tank. Like you the only way to learn is that you walk in and you make a mistake. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, that's okay. It happens. That's no problem. It doesn't mean I'm a bad tank. I just made an error. Like, it was one global, and my DPS my DPS asked me, they're like, what happened? And I was like, oh, okay. So, you know, they don't know that pull has 4 tank busters and a bunch of other things that happen with it. What healer you like playing with? Mistweaver, for sure. Mistweaver makes tanks feel so incredibly safe right now. Been a healer main for 15 years. Healing low keys in general is harder than healing high keys, which is super weird. I still think that that's a really weird interaction. Okay, look. RP. Oh, wow, that was fast. Somebody got that one quick. I don't know how they got it that fast. One frenzied regen, no problem. Yeah, I think Mistweaver is actually super slept on. It was slept on in beta cycle. I think when I made my healer tier list, I put Mistweaver as like A+ tier or something, and everybody was like, what? This healer sucks. And I was like, I promise you it doesn't. Yeah, I think that Mistweaver is actually in a really decent, kind of good spot at the moment. Mistweaver stonks are definitely up right now. They just make, as long as there are enough targets to hit, it's very difficult to die. Now, granted, there is another Mistweaver build that doesn't make people feel this safe. But overall, I would say Mistweaver is in a pretty good spot, yeah. Okay, watch the lines. No silly deaths, by the way, and we cannot lose the timer now. You share the route. Of course, yeah, this route is shared in Discord, Grim, with notes, actually. This is one of the 2 dungeons I actually managed to finish off my notes for. I didn't manage to make notes for everything. Here, nope, this one. I was close. Actually hate playing with Wrestler, Druid, and Bear. I'm boomy, don't tell them. So, I would say that healing is... I'll heal some keys, too. Torizi, so my plan is whatever I do on Guardian, so if I get, for example, Resil 16, I'll also get those Resil keys back up when I need to. I'll do them as Resto. Because I like playing off-specs. I like playing healer and tank. I think that doing both roles actually really helps, though, right? How do you see this? This is called Mini CC. It is a new... It's like a new Omni CD. It's not perfect, by the way, but I can at least see that they're there. So I see like Fort Brews up, etc. It doesn't account for CDR properly, though. So just know that. There are a few things that it is lacking. All right, one more phase and then GG's. Not bad, considering we pulled the Seer and had a few deaths. Timer. So 17 would be fine. If we live 17, the timer here means that 17 would be fine, though. Pete's Defensives? What's Pete's Defensives? I haven't seen that one either. I'm kind of down. Oh, we kicked the wrong thing. Yo, guys. No trolling like this, please. Do not break the run to a missed kick here, man. Don't do it. That was crazy. That's crazy. Imagine we actually lost this run because of a bricked kick on this phase. That would be ridiculous. Holy, because actually people can die to this. This increases your holy damage taken, and this ability is holy damage. Bro, don't die. Just live. Holy. Bro, we were about to break that. That's crazy. GG's. We got to figure out how that Seer keeps pulling and how to avoid that in the future. I got a ring. Oh, I don't need this one, right? I already have... Wait, Occlusion of Light. Oh, wait a second. This is the other one. Oh, is this the set? Oh, nice. Wait a second. This is the set. Oh, I'll take that. Nice. Okay. Huh. I do, actually. I do need this ring. That's a little set. I don't know what it does, but I'll take it. Yeah, sorry, I do need the ring, actually. Hey, mate, will the upcoming buffs and the nerfs do anything for Druid? I think you might kind of want to play Flashing Claws because Rend and Tear got, this extra DR, but does about 1-2? I'll take that. I'll take it. I do need it because I'm just using this crit haste ring, and I might as well swap to this one. I'll take it. Nice. Okay, there's a 2-set ring. I don't know what that does, but sure. Tanks are meant to die. That's the universal truth. It happens, though. Thanks for your guys. They're helping you a lot. Awesome. Come on, I need it. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how the Seer pulled. The one in the first Seer, I think... You know what I think, Deco? I think we got to start going left and just pulling that Seer intentionally. I think that we should just pull that Seer intentionally in the future. I think that might be an adaptation, is that we just pull the first 2 defenders and I just figure it out. And I think we just actually adapt that and we just do it. That's what I think that we should do. What is the kick tracker? So keep in mind that all of the things you see on my screen right now, I don't understand how that happened either, by the way. I have no idea how that thing pulled. I thought we were all doing pretty well as well. Enchantments dropping stream. I do need to go get an enchant and a socket for this ring, which are both wildly expensive, though. Maybe engineer would help. Yeah, we could. I guess I could level an engineer, something like that. The one thing that everyone should do, by the way, if you haven't done this, you're missing out. Just buy every character. If you're playing a character a lot this season, by the way, all right? I think it's a pet. I agree. Normally it's a pet. That's happened with an Unholy, and I'm pretty sure that would have happened. Maybe it was Arson's pet attacking the battery. That's what I would guess, Deco. So, if you don't have this done, trust me, it's going to save you so much gold, bro. Level your alchemy. It costs like 1,000 gold. It's very, very inexpensive. Level your alchemy to 25. Go find their treasures in Silvermoon City. Easiest thing in the world. You just go pick those up, and you get double duration flask. Because flasks are so expensive this season, you can get 2 hours on every flask instead of 1 hour. If you don't actually do professions and you can have one slot as alchemy, just do that. It's like really, really helpful. How do you feel about Brewmaster? It's very tanky right now. It was the pet. We just found it. Yeah, I figured. That makes sense. That's what I imagine it is. And that's normally what it is. Yep. It attacks the battery to the left. He has to put his pet on passive, I'm pretty sure. Yep. What were you saying about the add-ons on your screen? They're not accurate. They're good. They're something, but they're not entirely accurate. So just beware about using them. The kick tracker is called X-Win Tools. Let me put it in Discord, actually. What is the fastest way to gear? I think actually just farming 10 to 12s is better personally, but up to you. You could farm like 10 to 12s. If I go on my Brewmaster and start doing stuff, though, that's what I would do, though. No, not always. All right, I got a 17 seat of the Triumvirate. 16 seats, easy. You guys timed that 16 seat earlier, right? Did you re-roll your key, Deco, by the way? Did you forget to re-roll your key? I'm assuming you did. Are you still there? Wait for it. Wait for it. 16 seat. Okay, so now we have both 16 seats. All right, I have a 17 seat. 17 seat, again, technically speaking, if you just live, is doable. Like, it's not technically speaking that hard. It's just, I don't like that dungeon. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan. All right, let's buy a really expensive ring enchant. That's probably expensive for no reason. We'll get 29 verse. Okay. So I want verse, personally, though. You have 14 Mysara. Honestly, random, what we're going to end up doing, once you get Resil, we should... maybe I'll just bring one of my alt tanks for, like, 14 Mysara, and we just get that up or something like that. Like, we got to get your keys up. Arson, what you got, by the way? We should all have 16s if we're pushing. Because then we can all just be re-rolling and get the keys that we actually need. And then I need a socket. Question for the crowd. There's no way to double ring and neck sockets anymore, right? You have a 15. Okay, so Arson has 15. Gotcha. What do you do? Where do you live? Oh, I live in Thailand. It's like 1:30 p.m. for me right now. It's my afternoon. I live in Thailand. Okay, this one has a haste gem in it, so this one needs a verse gem in it. This needs a sapphire. We need verse. What is it called? I think it should just still be a verse. No, they have weird names this season. Flawless Deadly Lapis. It's a Lapis that I need. Flawless Quick Lapis, this one. I want higher verse. So we have to buy 10,000 gold for this. How do you feel about your Blizzard's add-on purge? Bro, it's bad. I will say, okay, listen. Yeah, okay, listen. I'm going to be honest with you. Genuinely, I love Blizzard. I like this game. I like Midnight. Midnight's great so far. But goddamn, did they fail with the add-on changes. Like, honestly... they just messed up. It did not do what it was supposed to do. It made the game worse, not better, and I don't like it. It bothers me that it actually made it worse. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Trin Guards? Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well, having a wonderful evening. Thank you. I'm doing good so far. It's my afternoon here. Thailand, yes. A year? How long to reach endgame fun? I mean, actual MVP, I suppose it depends on what fun is for you. They really messed up with the add-on. I don't know what was going through their head. I don't know what was the plan, you know what I mean? But something happened. I'm a 3. Nice. Congratulations, Duca. Honestly, I'm very glad that my YouTube videos can help tanks just enjoy the game a little bit more, especially because that's the point. Okay, so do we want to get a different key up eventually, or we want to just keep using what we got right now? As of right now, 17 seat attempt. We just have to live. You want to try 17 seat and just see if we live? I also want you to know, yeah, what's up? You want to try 17 seat? If not, we just do the 16 real quick and then we'll do that. They didn't play enough good programmers. I don't know what happened with the add-on changes, genuinely. What's up, Joa? I actually do not fundamentally understand what their mind was with this, though. And then immediately heard you call Don't Be Res. That's okay. It's only because that pack right there, I was like, we're going to live and I can off-heal the one targeted beam. That's why I was thinking in my head, I was like, Yeah. Like, let's say on this first pull. No. There are some times it's okay to take a B-res right in the middle, though. Very fun. Healing is stressful. Healing is definitely stressful, especially at lower keys, because lower keys and stuff, though. If you don't mind, how did you come about to Thailand and wanting to visit? I will gladly tell you the Thailand story, but first, let's get into Seat of the Triumvirate. Let's do it. That's the first order of attack. First plan of attack is Seat of the Triumvirate. And then we'll do here. Welcome to healing, kinda. I also owe 5 jumping jacks and 5 squats, which I am more than happy to do because it'll keep me moving today. You know what I actually want? Do you know what I want? I want another Burger King milkshake. I really want more ice cream. I already had one today, Molden. That's the thing. I already had one, so I kind of don't really need another one, but I kind of want one. It feels like the right thing to do. You know what I mean? I'll tell you the Thailand story, though, in a second. You have Burger King in Thailand. We have everything in Thailand. But the thing is about Burger King is it's not cheaper here. Fast food is interesting, right? No, what's very interesting is that fast food is expensive in Thailand. It's considered middle class. Did you know that? I mean that. Did you know that it's actually in Thailand, like McDonald's and Burger King and everything? That stuff's expensive, man. It's like, oh, it's actually expensive. One of the reasons why other countries are a little healthier in general is just because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. On jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Good little break of motion throughout the day. I like it. I like it. Torizi just cheered. Wait, 1,000 bits. Oh. Okay. You're keeping me healthy for sure. All right, guys, I'll tell you the story, though. I knew you were rich. All streamers are rich. Stream does not make nearly enough money, but I tell you what, honestly, bits, subs, donations, anytime that somebody willing to support my content, I do genuinely appreciate it, and it does help out. Too much Burger King. All right, let me tell you the Thailand story as we're doing some 50 squats, apparently. I can do it. Can I do it throughout the day, Torizi? Would you be okay if I split some of them? So I did like 25 now and 25 after this key, but you got to hold me to it. That's the thing. I honor my redeems. Yep. So keep me moving throughout the day is better, right? That's actually going to be really helpful, man. You can do none? No. It's good. Keep it moving. I'm just here for you. I appreciate it. I do. All right, here we go. I'll do some more squats. We got to get the glutes engaged. I want to be thickums. I'm kind of in my bulking era again. I feel like if I have a buzz cut like this, then I really want to be like muscular, you know? They kind of go hand in hand. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right. Whew. Still waiting. Oh, damn. All right, hold up. What are we at now? Okay, Malden. I see your bits there. Interesting. So now we owe 50 squats. So let's tally it up. We got 50 squats going. Interesting. Yeah. I really do think that the buzz cut really kind of sends us home. All right, I'm going to turn my fan on so I don't sweat too much. Honestly, I might need to shower in the middle of the stream. Thank you for the bits. And to respond to one of the YouTube comments, by the way, if you don't know how this works for streamers, bits, when you donate bits, by the way, I get 100% of it. When you donate subs, I only get 60% of it. So it's actually way more helpful if you ever wanted to support. The bits are actually a better way to do that for any streamer that you like. How many bits for push-ups? I could do some push-ups, I guess. I mean, I was going to go to the gym later, but honestly, I tell you what, I'll do an extra few hours of keys. Yeah, actually, seriously, if I end up doing enough squats and push-ups today, I'll do that. I don't have to go gym. I'll call my workouts and push-ups. Should we switch it up a little bit? Let's get some more squats in. Here we go. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Thank you very much, Malden. I appreciate it. And it does actually help keep me moving throughout the day. Ruben, by the way, if you want to come to Thailand, message me. I have so many tips. I have lived here for 8.5 years. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. All right, we're getting there. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Nice. I can finish them up. I got 75 in me right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Have you guys ever traveled? Honestly, that's a really interesting question. Have you ever been to a country that you were not born in? Out of curiosity. Has anyone been to a country that that you've never been to before? 50. 25 left. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66, 67, 68, 69, nice. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. Ooh. Okay, feeling that a little bit. Feeling that. All right. 2 months you spent. So you lived in Germany for a few years. And where are you from originally, Dagamos? We fall out of bed. That's true. 2 months in Mexico. 2 months in Mumbai. Gotcha. He spent 5 weeks in Mumbai, 2 months in Mexico. Torizi, where are you from originally? Out of curiosity. From America. Okay. So Germany compared to America, that's quite a difference. I travel to Philippines quite often. Been wanting to go to Thailand. Honestly, Thailand's great. You're from Ohio? I lived in Ohio for 2 years. Torizi, do you like Ohio? Nobody really likes Ohio. I've lived there for a while. Nobody likes Ohio. You do? I lived in Kettering, Ohio for like 2 years. All right, I owe some jumping jacks. After this key, 75 jumping jacks. Glad I moved. I had a really hard time making friends in Ohio. It turns out that me and Ohio just don't get along very well. When I lived in Ohio, I actually I ran a World of Warcraft guild back in Warlords of Draenor. First boss, when do you Barkskin Survival kill with a combo? So you want to make sure you have something up for that, Grim. That's exactly the point. You just answered the own question. When the ads are up and the Umbral Lash happens, pre-frenzied regen, plus also some other things. Thoughts on running Apex? Yes, exactly, Crane. Yes, yes, yes. More HPS, just safer key, and we win. Like, that's actually the biggest thing. Safer key, and we win. Thank you guys for the bits. I really appreciate it. And it keeps me moving. So if we, honestly, doesn't help. Yeah, I'll do some, if I do like 100 push-ups at home today, I wouldn't need, and I could do some bicep. I would do at the gym today. I don't know, maybe I'll just work out at home, to be honest, and play more WoW. I'm kind of good with that. I'm solid with that. That seems like a good idea. All right, for 17, should I buy an expensive flask? How much the difference? 165 versus one. No, there's no way. I'm not buying expensive flasks. It's not going to happen. All right. Yeah. All right. The stats are so minimal, I'm just not buying the fully expensive ones. It's okay. So I'll put this on my healer, and then all we need to do is live. We just need to live this key. Just moved away from Toledo, Ohio to Las Vegas. How are you feeling about that? Okay. The price difference. Yes. Now, in general, growing up in America, I was always told that other countries are not as good. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was raised in a way, and I was always kind of taught that, like, well, we have everything, and those other countries, you know, they're a little little third world and they're not as whatever. Bro, it's just not true. Actually, like, you know what I mean? But like when I landed in Asia, it was such a culture shock to me because I realized quickly, I was like, whoa, this place is amazing. The infrastructure is better. Everything about that, I was like, I have public transportation. I don't have to drive here because I can just take public transportation everywhere. If I want to order a taxi across the city, it's $10, $15 for an hour-long taxi ride, and that's pretty affordable compared to owning your own car. Thoughts about the newest buffs? Oh, I'll talk about that in a second. The tank tuning recently was weird. I am glad they did something. I prefer something over nothing, but I would say that they kind of missed the thing. The average income is fairly high, all things considered, although the cultural differences, Torizi, are what's more interesting about it, which is that most Thai people do live in traditional family settings where it's not the majority of people. It's changing a little bit, but like you don't move out when you're 18. Like there are many, many Thai people who have a very well-off job, but still live with their family. And so homes and a little bit more of culture and a little bit like this. So the idea of paying rent is different. You know what I mean? Like you're not kicked out when you're 18 as an example here. It's a little bit more culturally familial, if that makes sense. And retiring age is weird because like most 75-year-olds are still walking around and working at the store. So the idea of retiring is like, well, when they can't work, then they'll stop working. But they don't look to retire. Like not a lot of like there's a lot of, it's a totally different culture here. It's a very different culture. All right, 17 Seat of the Triumvirate. So how did I move here? I didn't plan to move here at all. Let's do it. See if we get this key. What's a good way to make gold in game? Sell keys, or I guess you can technically farm out mats, but it's tough. Even they enjoy their work. There's just a different culture. It's a primarily Buddhist nation, right? So I think that actually does have something to do with it. All right, let's see if we get 17 Seat of the Triumvirate. I wonder if I die on the first pull. There are so many things that will kill me in this key, by the way. Like literally so many things. So I'm hoping I don't die. The timer is not the issue. We just have to live. I need a ranged kick on that Conjurer. And then once that thing comes in, we're chilling. Okay, 5 seconds on Incarn, and then we'll pop it in a second. Make sure we're not stacked with this. I'm going to plant. I'm going to make sure that bolt doesn't go off here. Cool. I don't need to move. Sundering Roar at 5 stacks. Lunar Beam is down. Here we go. This is the one. I hate this dungeon, by the way. My least favorite dungeon by far. Actually, though, my least favorite dungeon. This dungeon sucks. My mom went to Thailand, said beautiful, but sad to see kids working on streets for tourists. That happens everywhere, unfortunately. There is no country you will go to where you don't see young children, unfortunately, actual. It is just a fact where kids work. No country is perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect environment for everyone. There are pros and cons to everything. And I never want to come off as saying that Thailand has it all put together, because it certainly doesn't. But there are so many things that I really appreciate about how Thai people decide and how they end up living comparatively to what I'm used to in America. This dungeon has grown on you. Hasn't grown on me. The more I do this dungeon, the less I like it, actually. The champions here, the fact that I can't kite them out, the fact that I have to be so careful about my positioning, the way I gather them. I've had to make some route adaptations. The best thing about this dungeon is that the timer is easy. That, to me, is the most, like, the best part about this is that you don't have to worry about the timer, if that makes sense. The areas I've went to for work are very impoverished. So that also matters a lot, too, of course, where you are in the city. Bangkok is huge. I think it's something that a lot of people don't quite realize is just how massive Bangkok is. This is not a small city. This is like an incredible... I mean, Bangkok is a crazy metropolitan city. But there were many things that struck me when I first got here. Mostly just the infrastructure, the culture, the fact that people... Like, the thing that really got me when I first moved... I didn't plan to move here, remember? I was just traveling, and I canceled my return flight, and that was 8 years ago. I figured out my visa, and I figured out how to live here and everything. And it's just... The thing is, what really gets me about here is the fact that there are actually happy people. We got to kill the subjugator. I cannot chain until this guy is officially dead. So if I have Barkskin here, because of the way these champions work, I can pull these two, because we have cooldowns now. This is 2 minutes. So I won't pull boss. Just don't pull boss, right? When he spawns. How's the internet over there? Oh, yeah, I have 1,000 down, 1,000 up, and I pay $30 for it. $30 a month for 1,000 down, 1,000 up. Now, granted, sometimes my power recently has been going out. When the season first started on day 3, I couldn't play because we had some weird internet stuff happen, but that's pretty rare, actually. Yeah, internet is actually really decent in the city. You might have rougher internet if you are living, like, in the country or something like that. Okay, I really don't want to hit Barkskin, actually. I would rather hold this Barkskin. I'm, like, going back and forth between the conversation about Thailand and also everything else. Okay, so I want to grab these guys. No reason I couldn't. I'm just going to thrash them as they walk through. I can grab those two. Okay. I can Barkskin now. And then I can pull boss. Now, what happens when I pull boss is I just need to make sure that A, I have good threat. B, I have that thing planned. And then basically we need to kill these little ones before the oozing slam happens, because they do a little bit of damage when they die. And that's not the end of the world, but we just have to be aware of it. So if there is an overlap here, like basically our damage is a little low, so we have to be very careful. I would defensive. As long as people defensive here, it's not a problem. I'm going to off heal, nice. That was the only time you really needed defensive in this fight, so no problem past this point. Okay, now we have to kill ads. We have to make sure we kill ads. No DK makes us here, though. Why are you getting those extras? Funnel, actually. So it's like more damage on the boss if I do that. Technically speaking, it should be more damage on the boss, at least. It should be more damage. But that depends on what my team is actually deciding to play. So I didn't actually check. Technically speaking, what should happen is if my Ret Pally is playing Execution Sentence, I didn't check if he was, but then he would do way more boss damage. He is playing, so he gets Funnel with Execution Sentence. So, does that make sense, though? You may have answered this. What do you do other than stream? Oh, yeah, stream is not my full-time job. I haven't been streaming for that long at all, actually. Streaming is a new thing for me. Technically, I've been streaming now for just over a year. Torizi, like, streaming, I haven't been doing this that long. I work as a trainer. I've been working in health and fitness for a very long time. I help people get their health back with either different medical conditions or just people who want to make that change and actually figure out how to be healthy. And that's what I do. I work online with people, so I get to work with people all over the world. Very, very cool that I get to do that. Whoops, little mistake there. It's okay. We spend the res. I find it to be very, very valuable work. I actually get to make a difference in people's lives and their health, and that's really cool for me. Okay, Void Claws are here. Lunar Beam plus that is fine. Excellent. Perfect. Do we get a buff? No, it's not that they give a buff. It's that there are more targets. More targets equals more damage in higher key levels. Not in every key level, but in this particular key level. More damage. More targets equals more damage. I'm going to rebuff for him. But yeah, like basically, because I get to work with people from all over the world, it really is awesome to me that I get the chance. Now, the only problem with my work, Torizi... Hold up, I'm paying attention about my positioning here. I have Barkskin up. I'm just going to run this way. I'm going to send the Vortex, but they have to be very careful about that puddle. No one can get hit by a puddle here. Don't get knocked back into a puddle either. Off heal. Cool. This might be SI, actually. Pre-frenzied regen, I'll be fine. Hellstone. You think those Blood DK buffs? Oh, it'll definitely help Blood DK. I don't know if it's going to be enough to make Blood DK meta, but, like, it'll help Blood DK for sure. Blood DK, I mean, those are pretty fair. Those are substantial armor buffs, and honestly, I kind of thought that that's what Paladin would get. I was expecting Paladin to get those buffs, but it did not. Okay, this boss is definitely taking a little bit. We just want to wait for the Decimate. Make sure that that one dies. I'm going to go bring the boss over here. I have Lunar Beam and Barkskin up. And then I won't die to this slash. And then I'm going to Vortex that one. So it guts snap back. Perfect. Why doesn't Bone Shield add tankiness? So, I mean, it does, but... Okay, hold up. Here we go. Now, granted, here we go. I'm a beginner tank, so I'm going to stay alive during long pulls like Magisters where you have the whole corridors and stuff like this. Make sure you don't send things early, Jake. I think the biggest thing for Bear, hey, good afternoon, Hell, how's it going? The biggest thing for Bear is don't send cooldowns early. Like, watch this next pull. I want to make sure I have Incarn for as long as possible. And yeah. So what I want to do here is I don't want to send my Incarn early. I know I have it, and it's a powerful ability. But because it's so powerful, I kind of rely on it, right? So I'm going to do some tech. But regardless of the tech, watch how I don't send things early. I always send Bark on the initial gather. So the way I like to do this pull, for example, is that I'm going to Starfall in 3, 2, 1. I know I'm pulling these things, though. I Bark Skin early, but not Incarn. Bark Skin, plus here, I grab these Rift Stalkers in. Make sure I have threat on them. Bark Skin, wait. Grab this guy. Vortex, Lunar Beam. Now I hit Incarn. And now I'm going to have Incarn for 30 seconds. So I just want to make sure that I have what's called coverage. Coverage is really important because as a Guardian Druid, you're kind of squishy outside of your big cooldowns. So you need to make sure that you have one of those big cooldowns up all the time. In general, Bark Skin to gather. That's first and foremost. You Bark Skin to gather. Heal my Warlock a little bit. And then you Incarn once the pull gets settled. And then after Incarn, if you need it, you Bark Skin again, like right here. Because Bark Skin will always be back on that 30-second rotation if you're playing the talents for it, which pretty much every Guardian Druid build does play those talents. So then I have so in this pull, I haven't got hit a single time outside of my Bark Skin or my Incarn. And then on the next pull, it'll be very similar. Does that make sense? Let me see if I can stop this last bleed, maybe. I can maybe like in-cap it or try to get this, because they're going to bleed one more time. And that'll be hard for my healer to heal. Good Hodge there, actually. We're just shy on it. So we're going to get one more bleed. I'll help off-heal it. I got this right there. I got that right there. Perfect. Look at that. Bear off-healing, man. So good. So good. So here, for example, I Bark Skin. And then I'm here. And I pull this guy where I want the pull. And then I have Bark Skin plus Lunar Beam up. Make sure that Rift Stalker, guys. Okay, whew, close. Does that make sense? So you need to cycle your cooldowns. And it's basically Bear is now a cooldown-dependent tank, you know? Hard for your healer to health. Yeah, well, my health, I feel pretty tanky, although I have proven, like in the 17 Nexus, I just missed the global. I wasn't anticipating that level of damage there. And the next time we do it, I'll be fine. But that last attempt, we died. Okay, so if that's my big cooldowns, my team just sent. My Rep Pally will have in 30 seconds. So we're going to go here, make sure that Rift Warden dies before I pull him too far away from the portal. Okay, I miscalculated that chain slightly, but then we're going to slow it down. Here we go. What defensives would you for gathering as DK? I mean, Vamp Blood is like, has such crazy high uptime, but I, as a DK player in general, unless I know I need it for a pull, I am actually okay with sending like my IBF. Oftentimes, if the pull is magic damage, actually AMS on Gather is like super valuable as well. Don't underestimate AMS on Gather for things like the Battle Axe pull in Algothar Academy, because one of the reasons that those things hurt so much is because it does magic damage. So you actually have to be okay, by the way. I was underestimating Bark Skin. Bark Skin is a 40% DR. Absolutely massive DR. Yeah, do not underestimate. Bark Skin will carry you through every gather. If you just basically plan Bark Skin on gather, and then, by the way, these ones, I can take so much less damage if I wild charge back immediately. I have learned this. Okay, I'm going to help off-heal my Warlock here. He should be fine otherwise. Spinning Crane Kick spam. My Moonfire macro is a mouse over macro. My 1 is bound to no mouse over. So here I'm going to commit SI most likely. This is an SI in case I miss, because I got 1 bleed there, you can see, but not 2. Yeah, there's actually giant tech for understanding these adepts in keys, which is that the champions are what hurt you, not the adepts. So, for example, when this guy, you guys know that this, if you ever fight this pack, right, like this guy really, really hurts you, but it's not actually the adept that hurts you. It's the champion bleeding you after you get knocked back. That bleed is the thing that hurts, and that bleed does a lot of damage. Man, I proc my Well-Honed Instincts. I really didn't want to proc that there. It's okay. So I'm going to go here, here, boom, like this, though. One is a mouse over macro, and one of them is a regular macro, but also it's because I had Mangle there for like a very long time, and I needed to get out of the habit of Mangle spamming. So I was so used to Mangle spamming. I got so, I'm like, just because I played Bear for so long now, I'm like so incredibly just like, oh, of course I hit Mangle in this situation. So I just replaced my Mangle with Moonfire because I kept hitting it too much when I didn't actually want to hit it. Okay, I have Incarn for this, so no problem. If I Incarn here, I'm going to change up my pull. I think I'm going to change up my route a little bit in the middle of this dungeon because of my Incarn timing. It was the right idea to Incarn this, but that means that I'm going to want to just do slightly different pulls. The Adept without Incarn, the next Adept champion pull can really clap me. So I commit Lunar Beam and Barkskin there. But yeah, just know, where can I find this? Oh yeah, just exclamation Discord, you'll find it there. It's everything. I have my routes, my UI, everything linked in Discord. Remind me to put the mini CC and the kick tracker that I have right now. It's not the best kick tracker in the world, and to be honest with you, I'm barely really relying on it. I don't really even have it somewhere that I'm using, so I could get rid of it. Can't chain the champion. Can't chain. I can't move. He's going to bleed me. Can't do it. There you go. So right now, timer's fine. No problem. I feel like what I want to do is not have any risk of death. So there's a left pack that I can do here involving these guys. I can play these Rift Stalkers. No, I don't think you can play Rift Stalkers on a chain, dude. I think I'm just going to manage to I'll just fight this. This is what I normally pull here, and I just normally have Incarn for this pull. It's a massive tank pull, basically. So what I have to do is I have to probably commit an SI there, and then immediately charge back and make sure I only take one bleed. If I can ignore the bleeds from the champion, man, that would solve this pull. The bleeds, I hate this dungeon. Like, one of the reasons I hate this dungeon is because of how these champions work, though, is using Mango with the Loon. No, so keep in mind, I have a very specific build. This is not a build that you will find linked online or anything like that. It's just a build I made because I wanted to play like this. I made this. It is very much my thing. Do not, like, if you want to copy this, you can, but just know that this is not like what other Guardian Druids are playing. No, it's my own cook. I'm an independent, rebellious person. So it's just in my nature to do things like this. I have no problem going against the grain and doing my own thing. Does that make sense? So just know that this is not a traditional build. It's not what most Guardian Druids are playing. I don't think any other Guardian Druids are really playing this for higher keys, but I like it. It works for me. And so I am enjoying this right now, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question? Just remember that this is... Whoops. That's okay. Hold up. Play safe. Play safe. Play safe. There's really no need to go crazy here. Just let's go over here. This is a fine pull. I get knocked around a little bit, but there's no champions in here, so I'm not going to die. Hold up. Just paying attention. That death there was a little bit sketch. We got to settle now. We got to settle. It's just one more of these, and then boss. Our timer is still fine. You can't really lose seat to timer. You can only lose if you have, like, a full wipe. Now, granted, this starts to get to a key level where that is a little different, technically. I don't have well-honed instinct, so just well-timed frenzied regen there. Here we go. I think so too, Wavy, personally, though. I also like this build. Like, I don't want to have to play Guardian right now in these keys if I can't play this build. Like, honestly, let's just say that they nerf this particular build by 20%. I would be like, okay, I guess I'm just going to play Brewmaster. Like, for me, this is what makes Guardian Druid fun, is the ability to play in a very straightforward, I understand that I'm not going to die. I feel very tanky. I just, you know what I mean? This build does everything for me that I want it to do, and I enjoy. That's why I made it. Like, that's the reason I came up with this. And what's crazy to me, by the way, is imagine that I didn't come up with this. You would never have heard about it. Because no other... Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to find this information anywhere else. Watch the Rift Stalker. When Rift Stalker dies, I chain in. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah, it's shorter than I've ever got, though. Guardian Druid is getting buffed. It is getting buffed, technically speaking. You're not wrong about that. Kill the Rift Stalker. I won't pull boss while Rift Stalker's alive. We'll kill somebody. Yeah. We're getting a small survivability nuff, which I do not mind. Obviously, I'll take any buff for Guardian. It is a weird one. I was not expecting them to buff Guardian in that way, but I don't mind it. Yeah, I'm overall satisfied the fact that we are receiving a buff instead of a nerf. You know, the last few patch notes for Guardian have been rough. We've gotten fair nerfs, I would say, but a lot of them they've been kind of consistent. So they've been hitting us hard, you know. And I can take both. I'll take both. They've been hitting us kind of hard, and I can't say I'm the biggest fan I'm excited that for once that patch notes actually comes in and we don't get nerfed. We get buffed. Isn't that nice? Will Guardian be meta? Probably not. But I will say that the representation for Guardian was really low before this. So I'm glad there's something, though. They overcorrect when class is broken, which is exactly what happened. Correct. They always do that, though. Now, granted, what's interesting is the Brewmaster nerfs, I think, are fair, not hefty, which is interesting. I find that to be interesting. Have you guys... I mean, the Brewmaster nerfs are not that bad. And I think that's very interesting, very intriguing to me, because that I was expecting Brewmaster to potentially get nuked out of existence. It didn't get nuked out of existence. Yeah, they're like, that's still going to be a very dominant tank. Okay, Draco's doing a great job with his defenses, but keep in mind, a single regrowth on this boss can save somebody's life. If a bleed is going to kill somebody on an overlap, the bleed will kill somebody by a very small amount. He said light here, so watch this. I off-heal my Warlock. Yeah, I even spend 1 SI, making sure whoever gets this next bleed, I will help off-heal them. You can do this as a Guardian Druid. You have off-healing, so just pay attention. My Shaman here, I got him. That's it. He external too, but I had him there. Did you read Prop Paladin buffs? So the Prop Paladin damage buffs are pretty substantial. Like those are nice damage buffs for Prop Pally. However, whoops. We have a res. So I'll send the res here. All good. I can't find this build. Go to Midnight Tank Builds and find it under the Guardian Druid section. It is the most recent one posted in the Guardian Druid section. It will be there. Just have to play this key. If we can just survive, even though the route has been kind of safe and we're a little bit behind on timer, he's going to die. He has Astral Shift. Good job, good job, good job. Nice. Okay. I want to just shift into Boomy. Send that there. I'm going to go around here. Do you think we timed this right now? We're kind of behind. I want to say my route has been... I've been pulling this a little safe. We've had a few deaths. I feel like our timer's okay. We just have to play the next area cleanly. Whoops. Who got that one? Arson had to soak that one. Otherwise, I was going to get it at the end. Is Macrofur... only 2 Thrash. Do not macro Ironfur if you're playing this build this particular season. Watch a Warlock. I only have it macro to 1 button, which is Thrash. You can't macro it to anything else because you want to make sure you can hit Frenzied Regen as much as you need to. No DOT. Procs. Hold, hold, hold. Roar. You're fine. Yeah, yeah. Oof. He needed to cast 1 self-heal on that overlap. Okay, no more res. So we just have to finish this now. Got clapped. So that goes through armor. And, whoops. So you need a self-heal, basically. Lock Cookie, Hellstone, 1 Word of Glory if you get bled by that. It's also a bleed, actually, so Bop can work as well. Okay, I think we're still okay. 12 minutes is definitely shorter than I've ever had going into this area, but there's not that many pulls left. So we just have to go here, and we bring this guy into the next. Just do not butt pull. No butt pulls here. This has happened before, where this guy, I need to bring him into the second destroyer, and then we need to fight this with a pack. A lot of damage happens here, but I have learned to wait for that first frontal so that they actually group in properly, and then that guy walks in here, and then I drag this pack down. I have found the most success pulling it like this. Yeah, and then we Vortex in the center here, and then we have these 2 kicks to get. I'm going to kick one of these if that was CC. We got both kicks. Good job. And then everything kind of groups very nicely here in this corner. Doing 3 of these is doable. On Brew... Well, no, I can live. It's not... Remember, this whole area, I can live. I'm worried about my team living. The way I pull this 3rd area has nothing to do with whether I can live. It's actually completely about whether my team can live. I have to pull this area based on how my team has cooldowns, not based on whether I have cooldowns. I'm going to live this for sure. I can even off-heal this. Like, I'm going to off-heal here. He has Fort Brew up good. I'm going to off-heal my Shaman because he's got a double dot. Like, I'm going to help my team and support them. The one problem is because that one guy is still so healthy, I'm very scared to pull 3 of these. 3 of these is probably death, but our timer is now starting to get a bit tight. Like, I don't need any healing on this area of the dungeon. I'm debating. Like, I really feel like I have to actually chain these guys in. Like, I don't think you can wait here. I'm going to off-heal my pally. Oh, Draco. He had bubble. I can see the bubble. I can see his defensives. This add-on is making me more toxic again. Because I can see, I'm like, oh, man, he had something. You know what I mean? Now I'm thinking to myself, he had defensives. This is the thing with having Omni cooldown, is that it makes you inherently more toxic, because I can be like, yeah, those deaths are trouble. We keep having these little deaths. He had bubble. He had to press it there. So the problem is here. Now we're at 9 minutes here. And then also this pack doesn't die because, yeah. That is unfortunate. You have to fight these guys. Normally you chain them down, but that one death walking in here means we don't actually kill this on time. And now we're in danger. At this point, there's only so much HPS my healer can do. I think we need to be better at sequencing our defensives and understanding like when to health cookie and stuff. Because I want to pull this down now, but now our timers are off. I think the 17 is GG's. I don't think you can recover the timer here. Yeah, I mean, I thought we had it after this, Sam. I thought we did, but I think that I wish all DPS players... You know what I wish, Sam? I wish all DPS players tried to heal sometimes. Because if they did that, they would understand so much more clearly, like, when to send their... I'm going to off-heal. He's going to die. Good cocoon. Okay, so if that happens there, I think timer GG maybe now. I think that is unfortunately a GG. So these 2 destroyers, you're not supposed to have the 3rd one in here. We got to sequence our... if the Ret Pally didn't die walking in there, he would have been fine. That's okay. Happens. All good. All good. 16 it is. 16 it is. Yep. Nice try. Nice try. We go 16 then. How do you have different bear forms at the same time? Oh, every time. If you just want the bear form change, you just buy the Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. Very easy. You know what I mean? Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon, though. We got this. Here. Bosses are way more than 3 minutes each. Just go to Auction House. Go to Glyph. And there is one for every single Druid form, by the way. If you just... Oh, sorry, it's not under here. Glyph of the Chameleon. Watch this. Boom. These, by the way... This exists for every single Druid form, and it's why I shift into different bear forms every single time I go into bear form, because I have the Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. You can see here, it is very cheap. If you want, as a Druid player, to get these, you can just get them anytime. It's not hard. Listening to these chill? I mean, for me, it's chill. For my healer, it's not. This is a hard dungeon to heal. This is just a big HPS type dungeon. Hey, Alden, man. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Why does it seem like sometimes it's hard to fill the Lust spot in groups? There's a lot of good Lust DPS right now, so I'm not sure. I guess sometimes you really feel like you need it, I suppose. Do anything special to survive the champions? Don't kite. Don't kite them, Noise. So the champions only really hurt you when they are out of range of you and they try to attack you. Just something to think about. Which one? Deco, I can't really read party chat, so you have to either come to my stream to tell me if you're typing. Party chat is not loading for me correctly for some reason. Ancient Teachings doesn't work over line of sight. Oh, if people got line of sight, though. No, so I don't even need them. So what happens is, if you sequence that, as a Druid player, you can actually just immediately wild charge back. As a monk, I would just Transcendence outside of things, or I would CC. Mark, don't complain about lusting messes with their openers. Not anymore. They can do that now. Did you do anything special? But so if you understand how the champions work, they're not too bad, though. That's okay. It was already GG's by that point. We just need a sequence. So, like, the one thing there, Ret Pally doesn't have a ton of defensives to rotate, but what they do have, and what they can actually do here is this. Sorry, swishing. Don't worry. If you want to all demand and you're concerned, just only ever do it before the pull or when you have Bark Skin or Survival Instincts up. That's another way to do it. You can always think about it like that. But sometimes people need to actually spend a global on a Word of Glory. I think that that's like the trick for playing Ret Pally right now. Yeah. All right. It's okay. We got it. 16. Let's go. You can double time a 16, technically. Yeah, make sure, by the way. Let me. Oh, I had reset my meters already. I was going to check to see if we were all using Hellstones and stuff. Trust me, healing Seed of the Triumvirate is, in my opinion, the most annoying key to heal right now, personally speaking. I owe 75 jumping jacks, by the way, after this. Don't let me forget. No Shield of Vengeance, it's baked in now. They technically do have it, actually, but it's baked in. Should we go... Maybe I could put this on my Ret Pally. I could put, instead of my Ellie Shami, who was able to live that much better. All right, ready? Let's go. Is it personal preference? Yeah. Sometimes if I have to swap it, like on the third boss, sometimes I like swap top down or anything like that. What's up, Mua? Mua, you want to do some keys? I'm down. If you want to come to 16s, though, Aldana, then it's fine. But nobody can tell anymore. I mean, I can tell. If I can tell, they can tell. So what? By the way, Alderman, look. Boom. If I go here, I have my pre-Starfall before I even got into the poll. And that means that it will be connecting on these because it has an 8-second duration. So the thing about that Starfall is that you can press it before you walk into the poll. If you're ever scared about doing it in the middle of a poll, which, like, for example, in this poll, I don't want to have to shift in the middle, although it would actually get rid of the chains. But since I'm in the poll now, I don't really want to have to worry about that. And so I just pre-Starfall here as an example, yeah? All dungeons are rough. I think that this season is good so far. Like, I like this season at the moment, though. Yeah, you can you don't have to wait for it. Oh, wow, I wasted that Lunar Beam. Okay, great damage. So the champion's here. You see how they're going to bleed me because I'm actually just pulling this early? Since I know I have Incarn, it's fine, but otherwise you can't do that earlier, though. Doesn't show off the bleeds and dots, I swear. Default UI shows more. Oh, really? Because I'm using default UI. Like, I can see it so clearly. Like, that's why I decide how to off-heal, too. Sam, I actually don't think... I don't know. I'd have to ask Deco if he notices it when he's playing with a different tank. But, like, this off-heal right there, like, I can do so much as these little off-heals on Druid because I can tell exactly who has what mechanic very easily. This is base UI, too. I'm not using anything else. But I have not struggled with base UI whatsoever. So here, for example, I can see... the defensives here with the new X-Win tools and mini CC, like that definitely is a little bit more information. So I can see who has the Void super clearly and help off heal right away. And like I feel like I can make big differences, but I can see things very clearly. So I just kind of imagine if I can see things, they can see things. Because I'm the tank too, so technically they would not have an excuse as a DPS. How do you see their defensive, Shawnee? It's a new add-on called Mini CC. Blizzard, I don't know if they're going to break it at some point, but as of right now, it currently works pretty well. It doesn't track things with CDR properly. That is the biggest thing I have noticed, and so you have to understand, like, some things here might be up or might not be up. It's not a perfect tracker. Just really keep that in mind. I think it's important to understand if you're depending on this information, you should not depend on this information. It should be something that just makes some gameplay decision, maybe. But you don't want to be depending on the information. I have 4 bleed stacks on me because I did a small motion with the champions in the pack. I'm very tanky, luckily, but I don't know. These champions, I don't like the way they're coded. Interesting. You think, by the way, Sam, have you actually noticed that most people's UI are not showing things super clearly anymore? I find that to be very interesting. It's not necessarily I need it for a percentage, but it's nice funnel, and I don't really want to chain these champions in because there's really no point in doing that. So I have to be careful. So that's the champion right there. See how I got a little bit of distance from him? And because I got distance, he bled me. So I have to just basically... So see here, I have 2 bleeds on me. If that goes to 3, I can die. It's very annoying. Guardian is better than Brew. Definitely not. Brew is the best tank right now in the game. Pretty much bar none. It is extremely powerful. Very, very tanky. And the nerfs today are decent, but... they're not that crazy. So realistically, there is nothing that's better than Brew right now. Brew is definitely the meta tank. It can live better than any other tank can live. It doesn't necessarily do way more damage, though. That is the one thing I will say. Brew is not the highest DPS tank, which is interesting because in general, you know, like at the highest level, tank damage matters. And like if one tank is blasting compared to another, or like one group buff is super valuable, you would want to play it. But in this particular instance, that's actually not true. I find that to be interesting, actually. You're not playing Brew because of its damage contribution. And what I mean by that, very specifically, think about it. Like, you don't even really benefit from Mystic Touch. You're not, like, maximizing Mystic Touch in comps. You're still playing with a mage or a this or a whatever. Like, it's not that Mystic Touch is so valuable. How much damage should a tank damage do relative to the party? There is no actual answer to that control. It depends on the season. It depends on their tuning. It depends on what's kind of going on. It depends is the better answer based on the season and stuff. My build, for example, my build is technically the lowest damage Guardian Druid build that I could play. But, like, I think that give or take, most tanks that I've seen are somewhere around the 50 to 60% mark. Even Brewmasters, but, well, that's a rough spot for that. Good ring apiece. Careful, 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 guys. Yeah, somewhere like that. Like, I see, like, for example, most brews will finish Seat of the Triumvirate with... What's an average? Sam, in your keys, you've been doing... I saw you in like a 17 earlier. I don't think 17s are too hard to live. What do you think? What is the average amount of tank damage you've seen in most things? Like, let's say I pull this kind of safe. What are you seeing right now from Brewmaster? Also, do you think it matters that if a Brewmaster does 70k versus 80k, what do you think? In general... Do you think that matters in the current meta of this season? Try rooting one of these ads. I could as a Guardian, but since we have no communication, I wouldn't be able to tell my team which one that I'm going to root and stuff. So I'm going to go Typhoon this here, and then I'm going to watch the Void Slash after. Bring the boss this way. Yeah, it definitely would save some time if we could do that. Maybe in the future keys. But I am curious, like, in general, what people are thinking about tank damage as of right now. I haven't really noticed, because Guardian can take... Yes, it can, kids. It's not ideal. You still want to be facing things at all times if possible, because you do have a dodge chance. This one, we can just kill boss. But... If you, for some reason, move through the pole, it's not like you're going to instantly die on a Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is capable of living this right now, though. Just in the every time we go Oracle, we would notice a damage difference. Isn't that he isn't doing. But this season, I don't know yet. Interesting, okay. I'm curious to know how the season shapes up with that. I wonder what key level that it will matter that your healer and your tank are technically doing that extra 10k. Like, I'm not sure right now, though. Not that your build is doing good. I think that I'm doing all right. So we're going to pull these Riftstalkers in now. I'm going to Bark Skin. Same thing every time. I don't have my big Heart of the Wild here. So what I am going to do is just hit a Thrash on those. And remember, Thrash is omnidirectional. I'm good. Just the bleeds. I'm fine. So Thrash is omnidirectional, which means that I don't need to be facing the mobs in order for it to hit with Thrash. Same, by the way, with my Moonfire. I can Moonfire behind me if for some reason I do a Gatherer like that. Tanking is spooky. It can be. But if there's one thing I'd like to do, even though I have to focus a lot, like, trust me, I am, especially this key, because it's my least favorite key to tank, I'm pretty locked in. At the same time, though, WoW, I don't want to be so stressed playing this game, man. It's a game. Like, I don't really understand that mindset. Like, I don't really play WoW to sweat. I play WoW to chill. Like, that's why I don't like certain mechanics and stuff, though. You know what I mean, though? Compared to, like, DPS of 140. So that's about right to me, though. Yeah, that makes sense, give or take. So if my build, giving Mark of the Wild, so that's excluding their group buff, right? If I give Mark of the Wild and I do 70k in this key, Pusinic, right? And that's it. Let's assume I pull it even safer. Let's say I do 65k in this 16 Seat of the Triumvirate, but I give Mark of the Wild. I would be equal to that Brewmaster's damage. That's about how that works, because group buffs matter a lot, and my Mark of the Wild is going to be heavily benefiting this comp because everyone gets 3% verse regardless of what type of damage they do, whereas the Brewmaster's Mystic Touch If they're playing with a comp that benefits, would be awesome, but oftentimes right now they're playing with a lot of damage that does not benefit. So if you're really maximizing the Mystic Touch, then here we go, though. Yeah. That makes sense, though, Deanne. If you are greeting, like, I can do... If we get a Resil 15 Algathar Academy as an example, I will show you some Druid damage. I'll play a regular Apex build, but I'll also have to compare my damage taken. Because I wouldn't be surprised if my damage taken was significantly higher. Yeah, exactly. So I can greed my damage in an Algathar, and I'm pretty sure I can get 100k overall, at least. Like, I can do ridiculous levels of damage, but I want to see what healing I require, and, like, how much damage I actually take, you know? Yeah, you're not really hitting Ironfur. Yeah. So it's the problem with those types of things, with Druid in particular, is that it always sims higher. Like, technically, it can do all this damage. In actuality, however, it doesn't necessarily do all that damage. Because you have to play more practically in keys. There are a lot of keys right now which are requiring 2-stack Ironfur instead of just 1. Oops, I oversent Frenzied. Sad I have to wait 4 more to craft Agility Staff. If you want to craft a weapon, yeah, but keep in mind, Mitchie, there's going to be almost certainly an Agility Staff in your vault before that point. So you don't have to worry that much. You will probably have one there soon. There's a lot of Agility Staffs this season. So if you are really feeling like, oh, man, like I really wish I had a staff or something like that, you don't have to worry too much. So now I don't have Incarn here, so we can see that the timing on the key levels is quite different. Because last time I had Incarn on this pull, and that affected my decision-making. But now I don't have Incarn here, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to hopefully get a range kick. I need 1 range kick, because I can't move out of this pack. I'm going to watch my own health. I'm going to pay attention. If I get hit by a circle, I'm dead. Still a lot of tank damage here. I can't kite out too much either. I'm going to have to let my healer heal people. Almost, because I was between things. That was the one moment. Probably should have just hit SI there, because that was actually kind of close. I thoughts on the latest tuning? I'm sure. No, of course. You can ask me. Never feel bad about asking me questions, MX Van. There are a lot of people who would be like, yo, I've been asked this question 100 times today. You know, get out of here. No. If I am streaming and I am live, it is literally my job and my pleasure to answer questions. Please feel free. Never, ever feel bad about asking questions. So I got you, first of all. How do I feel about the recent tuning today? I don't mind the fact that Guardian Druid technically received a buff. That's nice. But ultimately, the tank tuning was weird. That's the thing. Like, the tank tuning, I was not expecting it. I thought Brewmaster would get hit a little harder. It did not. Because Brewmaster didn't get hit that hard, it is still going to be an incredibly dominating tank. So I think that what I was surprised about the most is how interesting they decided with the prop pally tuning to be weird about that. The prop pally tuning is strange to me. I expected what happened to Blood DK. I expected prop pally to get that treatment, and it did not. So prop pally is kind of weird about this, though. Like, over percentage, what are you skipping? Nothing in the last area. I take the pack by 3rd boss. Nothing. I just like fighting this pack here, and then we fight... Is this over percentage? It's like a little bit because I pulled the extra lashers for funnel on the first boss. That's the one thing I don't technically need. You gotta see S-Priest. See any S-Priest after yesterday? No, I actually basically haven't seen S-Priest at all, though. It's slightly over if I pull funnel on first boss. That's the only thing that's like over percent here. Otherwise, I just go up. I don't pull that left. I've noticed some people pulling the Riftstalker and Subjugator to the left, and I don't pull this right thing either. You just go into here now, and then the next pack is going to be this. And then this guy, and then you go boss. A little weak on gather. Here we go. Hi, Brenna. How's it going? And then I should Vortex before the Riftstalker jumps out. That's my bad. I missed my Vortex. Should have been a second earlier. Lazy gameplay. Sloppy. No, I actually haven't seen a lot of S-Priests. S-Priests are always kind of been a rare breed in keys, if they're not overtuned, though. Okay, so watching the knockback here. I actually don't want to charge back to that one because there's a circle on the grounds. I'll kick this caster, and we're good to go. Hi, Rygoth. What's up, dude? I'm leveling a Guardian tank as an alt. Any suggestion about the aggro issue? Guardian Druid aggro is already better. But it depends on what build you're playing. If you're really struggling with aggro, you can try this build or at least reprioritize what you're doing to get aggro. Because aggro seems to be a problem when you're over-relying on Raise or Ravage. There seems to be some sort of modifier problem with those things. But also, Sam, once we start getting into higher keys, I definitely do need to take a look at my routes. Because I've just crafted everything myself, but obviously if I'm pushing into kind of like the 17, 18 range now, I might have to actually take a look at what other people are doing. Might be worth looking into. I don't think that there's an issue with my route. I wish I could skip some of the champions in this next area. That's something I wish I could do. The next champion dudes are really annoying, and I kind of wish I could skip those. But I don't see a way to do that yet. Unless you can maybe like invis them or something. I'll take this one. Worth it to try Catweaving Heart of the Wild? Yes. So it's just a little scary at first because like shifting out as a bear, you're like, whoa, like, am I going to be okay? Like, what's going to happen? Etc. 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 You're going to be fine. You have this talent called Persistence. If you technically never want to shift, then you also technically don't have to play Persistence. But you have a talent that makes you maintain your health going outside of bear form. Keep in mind that you actually lose your Ironfur. So that's the only thing. You have to get back into bear. You just have to shift immediately and not delay. You can also, however, do it before as a boomkin form to get your Starfall. That also works. I off heal 1. I off heal 2 if needed. How does a prop pally get Dom pointers? Probably ask your sub. Is it worth it to try? So Heart of the Wild is just a damage increase. You don't have to play it, but if you want to play it, you can. And it's something that like, it is a DPS thing. It doesn't help you live. It does not help you. It does not make you more tanky. And so it's kind of a little bit up to you if that makes sense though. How do I join the Discord? I'm stuck on verify. You should be able to just click the check mark next to your when you hit welcome. It should just have a check mark next to the name there, Warden. What will be the new meta? I still think it's Brewmaster. Brewmaster didn't get nerfed enough to be out of meta, in my opinion. But the Guardian Druid nerf, so effectively, if you're playing my build, you will take, it's not bad, by the way, you'll take 7% reduced damage in a pack starting next week. I'll take it. 7% reduced damage? Sounds good to me, right? But it is just a 7% DR. It doesn't give me any more damage. If you're playing a traditional build that does not take Flashing Claws, then it is a 5% DR for most builds. And if I play Sundering Roar, so I get even a little bit more benefit for it, like right now I would have, technically this would be 5% more DR because of the Rend and Tear stacks, if that makes sense. Is it necessary? Not necessarily. But it's there. Warden, can you clarify for me if that works, though? Also, hi, Matt Callaward. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. I see that. Xanathus, how you doing, man? How you doing? Okay, any orbs up? Nope, we're good. Blood Decay finally, yeah, those armor buffs to Blood Decay were really quite substantial. I mean, that's... Sam, do you know how much, by the way, the math is? How much is the actual math on Blood Decay? Why don't you swipe? Swipe is bad for damage. It's bad for aggro. It is bad for survivability. It has... Literally, it's just a really bad button. So we go around here, and then I go like this, and then I fight this guy. I know Sam would know the answer to that question, probably. It's quite substantial. I mean, I read the armor buffs, and I was like, oh, damn, okay. So I have to fight these two. This is the part about my seat route that I'm just a little bit like, I want to wait for them to kind of gather, so I wait for that frontal, and then we're going to go up. And then I'm going to pull this. And then I'm going to come here. And then we're not going to line of sight my healer. This is the pull I don't like. Whoa, 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 whoa. How did that almost go off? How did I miss my kick? Uh-oh. Kick, 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 kick. Oh, boy. That's not good. I'm going to off-heal my healer now. I'm going to commit an SI, so I don't need any smart healing. Okay. Healer. You could do it. You can do it. Hold up. We're locked in. This is like maybe one of the harder pulls. There's only 2 hard pulls left. It's this and one more. Do you really think I'm way over percentage? It must be a slight bit of a different routing in the middle area, because I don't think I'm way over percentage. There is, like, so I'm a little over, specifically because I like funnel on the first boss. But I don't know. I mean, you don't have to pull it, I suppose. But I still think it's better to pull than not pull. Helps my Mistweaver heal the chain dudes. Helps my team do more boss damage. And those little guys are no problem. Hiya. Hey, Yazan. How's it going? I have a question regarding Prot Warrior, regarding the one. It is just... Yes, actually. It is... You are tankier for playing 1 out of 4 Apex on Prot Warrior. It is not just for damage. It is also a tanky thing. So please walk down. If they walk down, we fight these two with this. This is the pull. Now we shouldn't have line of sight problems for my healer. Because my healer said that he gets line of sight sometimes around this area, which I have also noticed on my Reslo Druid. So what I'm going to do is I want to just kind of grip this here. Don't let anybody die, Deco. If you have cooldowns, random, if you're listening, just press 1 in party chat right now. Like if, let me see. I can see Ascendance in 30 seconds, but I don't know how accurate that is. If it's technically proper, I see Ascendance, no Fort Brew, and I can't track him. Thanks, Torizi. 30 seconds. All right, after this, we're going to go into the Dangerous pack then. We'll finish this off. No chain, no chain. Obviously, timer's like hard chilling. We're going to go... Because the next pack after this is legit the hardest damn pack in the whole dungeon. You need to have full cooldowns walking in. Both my healer needs to be prepared and my DPS need to be prepared. Everyone needs to be on the same page of going into this next corner pack. It is very, 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 very hard to do. Is a lot of unavoidable damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to chain this guy out. And then, look, Ascendance is up. I can see it there. Here we go. Good tip. Yeah, dude, such a good tip, by the way. It's actually free to do. Like, just get the alchemy up. It's actually amazingly helpful. Just do it. The fact that people don't understand that you can just, if you're not actually doing professions, just fill up 1 profession slot with the alchemy, get 25, and boom. You will save, and it's the whole expansion, not just the patch. It is the entire expansion you will have double duration flasks. Massive, by the way. Your priest is out. No. You just need 1... You just need like 25. You don't need to actually do the professions. I don't really do professions. I'm not a profession person. So it's not about doing professions. It's just about... That guy will die in the background. Certainly from dots, if nothing else. Okay, good. Whew. No need to chain the triple here. Our timer is chill, but we're not going to double time this. He wouldn't be broke. That's true. That is true, actually. Maybe I should, though. You still using the towns you made? Yes. I am using no Apex build in this, right here. Yep, this is a no Apex build. I'm also doing a safe route, so certainly my damage in this dungeon will be a little lower than it could be, because I'm just not pulling very aggressively, because we're not going to double time it. Our timer's good, but it's not going to be a double timer, so I feel like there's no reason to risk it. We just kind of play this nice and safe. Like, I don't even need a chain in here. Technically, you could have tripled this, but I don't really feel the need to do that, though. If you enchanted Indeed gear, you don't need. I have done that. I did that on the first week. I still have a few pieces in my bags that I should do right now. Yeah, the Dawn Crystals were going pretty hard before. So I'll help off heal my Warlock if he needs it, though. I've never seen the route. It's just the first part. It's the first area, Sam. Their thing is that it doesn't make sense for me to skip anything else. That's the hard part about this route. I pull the extra sides to first boss, which technically speaking, I don't need to do. If I take a look, maybe I can get rid of one of the side packs, but it's just like, I think when I remember looking at the route before, it was like 1% difference. And so I was just like, okay, it's just funnel on first boss. You see all the little guys that roam around the side? I intentionally pull those, even though I don't need them for percentage. But you're right. I could take a look at it, though. What are your thoughts on the new bear changes? It's just, oh, it helps your damage. Nice, JD. Awesome. I'm glad it helped. I like the build. It makes it fun to play for me. All right, cool. Ready? All right. I don't need to repair my armor because I definitely wouldn't die on this boss. For sure. Can't die here. Can't lose from here. Dude, I hate this boss. Easily my least favorite boss in the entire season thus far. I do not like this. This is easily, like, very, very easily my least favorite boss. Yeah. I hate this boss. So many, I mean, I've done seats so many times now where you get here and then it's just GG's. I'll take a look. Maybe there is a pack I can skip. Perhaps there's something. I mean, I pull a lot of the little ones for puddle, so I'll take a look. Maybe you're right, Sam. Possibly. You might be right on that. Oh my god, like taking 2 of these balls because I'm just being lazy. I had Barkskin up, but still. Nice wild charge. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to help with this tentacle for what it's worth. As much damage as I can do. Go. Off heal him. Nice. In the future, we could probably gateway that too, though. Blood buffs? Yeah, Muffin. A lot of blood buffs. I hate the bird in AA. That guy's hard, but at least you can counterplay him. This guy is just literally good luck, dodge, get good RNG on where the tentacles spawn, hope they don't target the wrong people, etc., etc. Oh, yeah. I love seeing a tank off healing. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about Guardian right now. I off heal a lot in my keys, actually, though. Burb is always wind fire. Correct. You definitely don't do fire first now. It is changed from Dragonflight, so I think if people are very used to the Dragonflight strategy, they might not know that. And if you're still going fire, you're making that fight way harder than it needs to be. So that is definitely one of the big differences. That Mind Blast probably going off on me. Here we go. Okay, wild charge right there. Perfect. I'm going to off heal here. I'm going to off heal again, too. Just make sure everybody's topped. What's up, Henry? Okay, who's that tentacle? I'm just going to off heal this. Can in-cap it there. We're good. They can be Mua. They are kind of OP, though. Favorite healer? Mistweaver. Actually, right now. I like playing Mistweaver. I also like playing with a Mistweaver, because Mistweaver is just very strong at the moment. I like the way that current Mistweaver plays. Yeah. Now, there are things it struggles with, but overall, I enjoy Mistweaver currently. Okay, wait for the tentacles to here. We're just going to roar. Been hearing the opposite. Yeah. Well, everybody's got their own opinion, and the thing with World of Warcraft is some people talk as if it's gospel, and I hope that I never come off like this. We have opinions. Like, I have an opinion on Bear Tank, or I have an opinion on this, but the truth is, one of the problems with the community is a lot of times people will say, oh, this is what you have to do. And you don't really have to do it. It's actually more of an opinion, but we don't really think about it like that, right? So, Yaz, on the new Bear changes, it's decent. I mean, we get a little bit of extra DR. I get about 7%, though. Yeah, I'm thinking, that's a good question, Sam. I think you're right. I need to take a look at my route. I've kind of been YOLOing my route here a little bit and changing it up. And I think you're right. It's because I added the subjugator to the left. Like, I'm thinking that as well. I'm going to take a look. I wonder if I don't need to add the subjugator to that, and therefore if I could chain it easier. It's very possible. And that's a good point. I'm going to take a look at that, Sam. Most healers are good in M+. I think it depends. I think some healers struggle a little bit more. But even, I mean, I've played with Kig, the Prez Evoker, and he was doing good. He's blasting. Yeah, it's a good question. So in my Seat of the Triumvirate route, basically it's these guys that I like to pull on first boss. So we do this area with first boss here. And then I added this pack right there, the subjugator. I could probably get rid of that subjugator, and I'm pretty sure that's where the percentage is. That subjugator is something I decided to add because I changed up the pacing. So maybe I'll take a look, and maybe we don't have to fight that extra adept, because that's an extra time. It's a fair point. All right, let's try not to miss this, though. Priests are struggling. The one dungeon I did with the Holy Priest, that Holy Priest was very good, by the way. I did notice the difference. I absolutely noticed the difference. Sam, I don't know if you were there for that. I got invited to like a 16 Brazil a few days ago. Mysara Caverns, and for some reason, it was just one of those keys where nothing went according to plan. Everything was just, there was just like miscommunications about the route. They had never seen what I wanted to do. I didn't explain it very well. I was pinging people, but the pings weren't understood, so we had a failed skip, and then we tried to recover the skip, and then I died to a melee for the first time in basically forever. Hadn't had that happen before. And then I tried this one pull, which again, I never died there, and then I died there, and I was like, oh my god, like, what's going on? How is this happening? And I was just like, it was just one of those times where it was just, you know, and I could have played better, certainly. I know that everybody in that group was super good, but we were just not on the same page, and sometimes, man, it does feel bad when that happens, you know? Okay, this is glowing, perfect. I don't want to miss. Perfect. Off heal. if need be. Okay, we got that phase. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, now we get the damage phase here, though. Okay, ready? Damage phase, 3, 2, 1. I've amped this pretty perfectly here, though. I did my start. I only know my left route from beta, and they said weird route after first boss, and then they were like sick route. I like the left route for what it's worth. I still think my route is really good, but maybe it does have a key level where it doesn't scale into, because the truth is, there is that does exist, right? Like, there's a world where, you know, there's a key level where you can't do the same things you did before. In other words, Sam, I did a 17 Nexus, which I was like, oh, I'm not going to die here. The first pull, I missed getting rid of the Null Sunder by, like, it must have been like 5%. Like, really, like, I could have hit an extra Frenzied. I could have overlapped something. I just wasn't expecting it. And, bro, I got 10 stacks of Null Sunder, and I've never gotten 10 stacks before. And the reason that I've never gotten 10 stacks before was just because my normal rotation has always been enough to overcome the difference of that HPS absorb. But in the 17, it was not enough, and congratulations to me, I died, because 10 stacks of Null Sunder, and I was just like, huh. And that was just sometimes you do have to actually walk in as the key levels get higher, and then you learn. And I was like, okay, the next time I do 17 Nexus, I'm going to make a much better plan, right? Like, that's just going to be something I learn now. We're going to get better at it. Cool. So the damage phase should be now, right? We definitely got that right. This doesn't look right. We missed the crystal. We got to stop missing crystals, because I had kind of planned my defenses as well. So hold up. I wonder if you got a stack while gathering. Possibly, but even so, I off-healed the first two. I mean, because I'm an Incarn, plus my build is like massive HPS, and I'm playing with the Mistweaver. So technically speaking, it shouldn't have happened. But for somehow, yeah, I was just sitting there. And guys, are we getting the? Did we get the crystal? Okay, good, 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 nice. But yeah, it's just knowledge for future, right? And I think it was a great example, though, about how tanks have to actually walk in and die. It's part of being a tank. That's the thing that I wish that everyone understood this. Non-tank players don't understand this. And I just kind of wish that more DPS players understood that tanks have to walk in and die. That's how it works. Like, tanks have to walk in as key levels get higher. You have to walk in, and then you die, and then you learn, and you get better for next time. But we have to actually see it as key levels get higher. You know? Like, that's the thing. Like, I just wish that was understood sometimes. What is my tier doing? Twilight Barrage. Actually, 1%, though. Because you pull 4 of them. Yeah. I mean, so granted, though, Sam, never had an issue. That was the first time I've never actually had an issue there. Well, the draw for me at all. Which band is this? This is the Avoidance set. I like this 2 set. This 2 set is still 1% DPS. I'll take it. Not bad. The other 2 on the left, right, I can pull them with whatever. Yeah, I could see that, but I haven't struggled with it before, so that might be an adaptation, though. How to keep track of debuffs and learn these. My dungeon routes, to be honest with you, Jake. I would watch my quick guides, because they'll cover most of what you need to know. And hopefully I get them short. I get them easy to understand. Yeah, my quick guides is what I would do. I was doing 4, made the gather bad. That might be actually a good call. Maybe I have to do that. Very possibly, you're right on that, Sam. That could be an adaptation. Let me take a look at this, though. You are right that my route here is a little bit too high. So, out of curiosity, I could take... This is what I was pulling extra, by the way. So everything else is pretty structured. Everything else is exactly the same. It's this right here. It's this area. Now, the question is, could I... You can't pull a subjugator on this. This is what... You could take this pull out, and you could do the... You know the thing, the route, where people walk around this way? You know what I'm talking about? People walk around here, the tentacle, in the seat of the triumvirate. Maybe I do that. Maybe that's what I do. And you can take this out, and then maybe overcome that percentage somewhere. Because this is no longer the pull. I've added this over here, because now pull 8 is better. We cool down this. We don't cool down this. This is the safe. And then basically it was this. Insert after was like this. You would pull this here before you walk up this. So that was the idea. But now I need to find 4%. So the question is, where do I find that extra 4% if you were to take this pull out? Because this is the same. So this actually, you can, first of all, in pull 6, you can still go over here. This is called Mythic Dungeon Tools. If you've never seen this, you can plan your routes like this. So you go cooldown, off cooldown, this guy, and then this would be a break pull. Again, for me, I could do it. I know I can do this. So that's if I were to still go get these brokens, which is now questionable if I were to go around like this. I think the only way to do it would be to add this champion pack into boss. I feel like you would have to add that pack there, and then even that's not enough percentage. I don't know. I feel like my seat route is pretty clean. Like, I don't think there's any issues with it. I just wish... You know what I really wish I could skip? One of these destroyers. I really wish there was a way to skip one of these destroyers up here. These guys are what suck. I don't like these ones. I'm not going to skip this corner pack, although you could maybe in higher keys. I'll have to take a look at it. I mean, technically, you could just fight this without the subjugator. Could we lockgate past any of them? Good question, Deco. Yeah, I mean, this is... If I could skip one thing, or not exactly... I don't need them for count, though. Why do you have 6% over count, though, in the route? So this is because... So this is the questionable thing is the only things I don't have to pull are this. But in the previous route here, we have to pull everything is the idea. Like this 4-pack here. The thing is with this 4-pack is this is just tank dam. Like this makes this pull easier. By adding this 4-pack into this pull, it actually is easier for my Mistweaver to heal the Riftstalker bleeds plus this Rift Warden. Because Mistweaver wants 5+ targets. And this is just tank damage. So I could add even more if I actually wanted to go past them and grab this too. So let's say, for example, like these guys are good to add, not bad to add. That's kind of the general idea. And then in the first area, I'm just grabbing all these extra ones with boss. The actual sequence right now is we're not doing this. So we're doing like pull 1, pull 2, then pull 3 is going to be these plus this. And then the boss is with all this funnel here. You can't skip anything here. This is all mandatory count. And then you would come over after the boss. You do this pull right there, 5, right? And then 6 is basically here. And then 7 was this, where you would go 1 and 2, because this guy is here, right? Yeah, so we're going to basically go like this. And then the next pull 8, is this. And you can't, I mean, so what would it be like if I didn't pull this corner? Because this corner makes it. What if we skip the corner? Skip the corner then, and we just fight the Rift Warden. That we could do that. I'm going to ask here for Juto because you read... Oh, yeah, please do, Budo. Sorry, I am bad at that. The routes are in Discord if you want them. I would say, yeah, so normally you can add this, but technically speaking, this does add an element of complexity to this pull. You don't need it. If I were to do this route in the future, that's the thing I would take out. That's the only optional pack that I see, because otherwise you need to clear at least the path to go into the second area. I would say this. I think that pull 8 gets a little simplified, because you're right, Sam, that technically I'm just over count. I would say this then, as the option. This is what I would do. Unless I can find a way to skip these destroyers. This is what I'll do. I'll just export this and I'll put this in Discord for what it's worth, because this seems about right to me. It makes it simple, and if you're not playing with a Mistweaver, then the Rift Warden pulls will get a lot easier with this as well. I don't mind. I'm gonna take that as a win. Okay, Midnight Season 1 Dungeon Guides. I'll put this into the Seat of the Triumvirates. All right. Kind of updated push routes. I'm thinking about becoming a member on YouTube to support your channel. I appreciate that. I'm wondering what I get as a member. What does a vid about your talent build talk about? Oh, Budo. So first of all, YouTube members, you get access to exclusive videos, first of all, that I don't share anywhere else. So Patreon and YouTube members get stuff like I've done how to deal with first pull Algathar as a Guardian Druid. I've done the Guardian Druid guide for the build I'm playing right now. I've done a few different things, but there are videos that you don't get. It is just a way to support. If honestly, to be honest with you, if somebody wanted to see one of my members only videos, and yeah, technically subbing on Twitch is just for the sub badge and no ads. That's the best thing you get here. But if you really wanted to sub and get cool content, you would go to Patreon. Patreon is where the real stuff is. So there would be exclusive videos, but honestly, if you really want one of those videos, you could just ask me. You know what I mean? Like, you could, if you message me and you were like, look, Awoo, I do not have $5. I don't feel comfortable. I You know what I mean? Like I can't afford this right now, but I really, really wish that I could see that one video that you talked about. I'll be like, oh, here, I'll just send it to you. Like, bro, I'm chilling on that. You know what I mean? I just want to support you. Genuinely appreciate it, Torizi. Honestly, if you want to support, there are two ways to do it. You can do it through Patreon. And if you get the tier 2 on Patreon, you also get a coaching call with me once per month. You can use that coaching call for anything. Most people use it for WoW. No one has asked me for, coitus tips just yet, but technically speaking, that coaching call is for you. So you can ask me whatever during that call. And otherwise, I guess, subs, bits. Bits are the best way. Do those destroyers have true sight? That's a good question, though. What's up, Budo? Thank you for the sub here. Remember, subs on Twitch do not count. It will not give you access, but Budo, if you really want one of those videos, just let me know. I appreciate the sub on Twitch. I do not have math. Okay, let me check. Let me check right now. I'm checking right now. I'm still in the dungeon, though. Are bits better than... Yeah, they're about the same. Patreon and bits are about the same here. Let's check if they have true sight. You can check on MDT, too, but I don't really trust MDT. I'm not seeing a little true sight thing. Can you stealth past them? Please, honestly, this would be so much better. This would be so much better. Torizi, honestly, I appreciate you wanting to support. Yeah, you could invis then. If they don't have true sight, yeah, you would just invis this. Because that second pull with the rift, I would rather pull so much other stuff. That's a really interesting point. I want to be the best. Yeah, get a coaching call with me. Do that. On tier 2 Patreon, you get a coaching call with me here. I've been really enjoying doing it. We just have to make a time, Torizi. Okay. They don't have true sight. They do not, in fact, have true sight. So you would stealth past the first one, I suppose. And then you would play this one into here. Helped hugely. Nice. Honestly, I'm glad. I did a coaching call this morning, and I've kind of gotten, I think, a lot better at coaching, too. I thought he said coitus tips. Oh, I did. Yeah, you can. Technically, no one has done that yet. Again, technically, it's WoW coaching. But if you really wanted to, and you were like, I just want to support, you could technically just have a call, though. The 30, it's the tier 2. $5 gives you access to Patreon videos. The $30 gives you access to the coaching. Also, he's nice to listen to. Thanks, Muffin. So, all right, hold up. You add this here, and then you skip the first destroyer. Let's take a look at percentage. Could you invis both and then fight this in the corner without pulling this one? Where does this one pat? You have to fight. These two are not the problem, actually. You can wow somebody with those tips, though. I think you can. So if you fought just this pack in the corner, dude, that would make this so much better. Oh, my God. Have you seen the Guardian Druid buffs? I have. Yes. Okay, so wait. If you stealth this one, you can stealth this one. And if you can somehow just grab this when this one's padding and you can fight this deep in the corner, and then you were to, for example, you just have to fight these two with this. And then I could even, by the way, Deco, so from here, if you use healing cooldowns, if we send cooldowns here, all you would have to do is actually go around. We would fight these two first and then this one later with cooldowns and then that pack. Yeah, you could do that. I think that's better. Sorry, what key, by the way? What key? Arson, we talk en route. I want to skip these destroyers in the future. Oh, I see you there. All right, Torizi, was that you? Did you just giga support on Patreon? 16 Mysara? I bet. 16 Mysara, let's go. Mysara look like this. We're going to do the normal route that we're all used to, okay? So we're going to do the same route that we've been doing for the entirety of beta cycle. I'm telling you, I can live. I live this time. Definitely, I live this time. Just a thought I had. I think so, too. If we could do that, Deco, same route, but we just invis past the first. So you would just invis like this, and then I would roar. I would roar, you would invis, you would go boop, 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 and you would just run through here to the left, and then you would go like this, and then you would be here, and then you would come and you would fight this pack in this corner, and the Riftstalkers jump out, so you would just basically, you would just fight this here, and then you would wait for that pat, and then you would walk through and fight those two. I think that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. I think that would clean this last area up a ton, right? Look at the No Apex build on YouTube. I can do that, Budo. I tell you what, I can get you that video. Technically, if you sub here, You don't get access to that video, but I got you, okay? Here you go, Budo. I got you, because I think that was a misunderstanding, and I appreciate your tier 1 sub. But again, guys, I don't want to gatekeep videos from people. That's not why I put things for members or anything like that. I do have to try to make some money from streaming, because otherwise I can't stream, because otherwise, obviously, right? Like, I have to make some money, but this is not my main job, and I just want to be able to help people. So clearly, like, I have to put some stuff. If I make something cool and I want to, you know, put it for members, I don't feel bad about doing that. But like I said, if anybody really just wanted one of those videos and you just ask me, like, that's fine. You just ask. I don't mind people asking. All right, Budo, let me figure this out. Here you go. Yeah, of course. I thought you had another job. I do have another job. I do. I got my main job. What's up, Imola? I got work tonight, but we'll see how long. So we got some jumping jacks to do as well. All right, you want to see the guide video for the way to play this build. It is here. Here's what I'm going to do for you, Budo. Can you watch it now? I may have spent monies. Torizi, if you just subscribed, you tell me what time zone are you into, Torizi. Where are you from? Where are you living right now? Here's what we're going to do. Budo, you can watch this now. You ready? We're going to go like this. East Coast. So your late night tends to work best for me. I normally schedule coaching calls around, like, if you're up late, like your midnight, give or take. All right, Budo, come here. Mr. Budo Fist, you check your DMs right now. Whisper. Bam. Cool. You see that? You should be able to access that. It's 4 a.m. right now. I know it's quite late for you. You should get some rest. But around like midnight your time tends to be a... I dread Den is... Okay, Den is getting the Brackenhide treatment. You remember Brackenhide Hollow? That is getting that treatment, by the way. That's 100% what's happening. Also, I got 17 Nexus again. I need redemption. Redemption time later. All right, I go to Mysara. Let's do Mysara Cavern 16 first, though. Yep. Yeah, we'll schedule it, Torizi. You just let me know. Message me on Discord, and we'll make a time. Find me on the Discord. So I don't mind the Guardian Druid buffs. I am all right with them. I just need a fat 14 plus Sky Reach. We can get you that later random for sure. I think that now, what am I looking like here? We need, I'm four keys off. So Algathar 16 will be the hardest one, though. Now I have to stumble through Discord now. All right. Shall we? Let's take a look at that last key. Big Moonfire, Big Thrash. Could have pulled much bigger, though. Not a drunk. Height. Thank you very much. I think Patreon is the way to go in the future. You will get access to all the content if you go to Patreon. That's where I put a lot of the stuff. I want to by the way, I've got some big plans for things that I want to do for Patreon and YouTube. I've just been really, really busy this season. I've just been doing a lot, you know. I've been gaming. All of my available hours have been just gaming recently, so that's what I've been busy with. All right. Lag, change OCE. I see you okay. Just make sure he's fine first. Because this is an easy key, but we're OCE right now. Are we? Are we? I thought you invited me. What's up, Nandis? I'm an above par healer, but par tank. There's so much. Trust me, I got you. Do one coaching call with me, and we'll own this. 150 ping. Y'all are hilarious. I always play with 250 ping. All right, bet. Can reform. Reform then. Same for me. Just reform it then. You're going to give stream motion. Oh, so sorry, DH. Really happy about the survivability buff. I don't mind it, and my build, technically speaking, gets slightly more buff than the other builds by like a few %, but it should be fine. I'm interested to see how the other tanks shape up, because it was not the things that I thought about. Just reform, by the way. It's okay. Oh no, that's fine. Y'all, it's the same for me. We can just go NA real quick. So we're gonna reshift to NA, and then we'll do that. Look for the blood DK buffs are the most substantial. I just am confused. I thought that Prop Pally would get buffs though. Bet carrot charge and kind of the buffs. Yeah. Noils. So the seer cannot be next to those. I put the math into Chat GPT and it's estimating 8 to 15% better. It's pretty decent. I mean, that's a lot, right? Only defensive? That's a good question, DN. Very good question. That's a good question, DN. I want to see next week. If it is a damage buff, I'll take it. We'll see. Was hoping for prop pally buffs. You think that there would do some more armor buffs for prop pally, but I wasn't seeing them. I didn't notice that. Okay, hold up. Draco is here. Suggest invite. There you go. I'll draw Moonless to play 2FC. Depends on the build. I think that a lot of people might want to pick it up, but here we go, though. How are you going to multiple damage? You just go make a new one. You go like this. You go here, settings, create new window, and you go like this. You can have 3 windows at a time. There it is. Cool. But yeah, there you go, Budo. Let me know when you finish watching that guide, and I'll relock it to members. I love CS requesting on your stream like 3 to 4. We timing this key? Should be. Should be. No reason not to. I mean, okay, so this starts to get to the key level where, like, I will die. To be fair, if I was gonna die, it would probably be in this key. It did happen before, but I swear we're gonna win this time. No problem. We'll go kind of nice and safe. The timer here, no problem. We just gotta get past first area. Not with me healing. Hell, are you having a good time this season, though? Are you enjoying the season right now? Let's see what my stats look like. No? Ouch. What are you missing about it? What do you think they could do to improve the season? In general, any open-ended question for what it's worth. What do you think least enjoyed expansion ever? Okay. On A, we are good. That dungeon game PTs. Do you think about the last boss chaos? Yeah, that last boss that's tough. You want more? You think it's too easy. You're not enjoying it because it's too easy. Interesting. All right. Playing different builds of bear. Yeah. DN, what I'll probably do is for certain key levels, I'll just go to the Apex build when we're at Brazil. Like if we're, for example, we're at Brazil 15 now. We're going to be at Brazil 16 soon. When we get Brazil 16, then we'll just do that. And I could play this, though. Weren't people doing like 21 keys in beta? Yeah, 21 is the highest, by the way. No burpees. Jumping jacks and squats, which, by the way, I owe stream 75 jumping jacks. Because we've already done 75 squats. I'm happy to do some more. But I do owe stream some jumping jacks for what it's worth, though. What account do I message in disc? Me. Moi. Awoo. The one and only. Just me. I canceled mine? Oh. Would you rather message? I mean, normally I call people on Discord. Do you not have Discord, Terezi? Yo, what's up? Good luck with Mysara Caverns and those 75 jumping jacks. Thank you very much. We are attempting same dungeon. What level are you on, though, Soonizy? Soonizy, I'm so sad you had to see that 17 Nexus. How do you keep trash? Oh, no, it's this, though. You owe me no squats. I've done the squats. I haven't done the jumping jacks. Trying 19s? Yeah. Let me know how it goes. We'll see, Soonizy. I mean, Soonizy, this one here, though. Nandis cheered 100 bits. All right, bet. We'll keep up with the squats. Now I'm going to owe 80 jumping jacks. I can do that. I can do this. 80 jumping jacks? No problem. Here we go. Keep me moving throughout the day. I tell you what, if we reach 100 jumping jacks at this point, oh, legs day. Oh, enjoy, Budo. Enjoy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I actually end up doing, I'll tell you what I'll do actually is I'll end up doing some push-ups. If I do 100 push-ups at home today, then I won't have to go to the gym. If I don't have to go to the gym, then all of a sudden I can stream longer. Aha, win-win. Pass lead. Yeah, could be. 100 push-ups, insane. Yeah, we'll see. Nanda's 200 more bits. All right, bet. 10 squats. We'll put it on the docket. I believe we're ready for the key, though. Go to the gym. It's healthier. Well, not necessarily, you know. What if I just want to get some milkshakes and stuff, though? I feel everyone I see in your disc is not you. If you go to my Discord, I'm, like, going to be in one of the general chats. I responded to things this morning. Go to general and just find a woo. That would be me. Yeah, just find a woo. My was I was in chat. I want to know if any all content full-time push group. Oh, I appreciate that booklet. If I don't hit the gym, my demons tend to creep me out. Yeah. The thing is, for me, these days, I don't have an aesthetic goal. Do you know what I actually have? It wouldn't say it's like everyone. I try my best, Nandis, but I try also not to be on my phone. The funny thing is that now me responding to Discord has replaced me doom scrolling. Isn't that funny? I think that's kind of funny, to be honest with you. Yeah, I've noticed that. So I don't doom scroll anymore. All right, ready? Let's go. Count on 15. We don't need cleanse for this. Yeah, so I don't really doom scroll Discord. I try not to doom scroll social media. Instead, I occasionally open Discord and just respond to things. I'll check like Guardian Druid Disc, see if I'm missing anything. I'll check a few other Discords I'm a part of, and I'll check my own Discord. I think that's interesting. All right, ready? 16 Mysara Caverns as a Guardian Druid. Will I die to the first pull? You ready? Because if I was going to die, here we go. Making a Brawler tank as a returning player. A Brawler tank. Brawler tank is... What does that mean? What does a Brawler tank mean, out of curiosity? Ooh, Freedom and the Tiger's Lust. I'll take it. Nice, okay. So the one thing I can't do, I cannot miss Barkskin. If I miss the Barkskin here, I die. We learned that the hard way before. Incarn, boom, here we go. I like this first pull. I actually still think this first pull is like really good. I would say Guardian, I say Warrior is a Brawler tank. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Jadery. Yeah, Warrior. Okay, hold on. Locked in, locked in, locked in. This pull has a pretty incredible amount of tank damage, so keep in mind that I can die instantly if I am not insanely aware. Because on one hand, like you saw my health here. Man, it is very interesting. Playing with the Holy Priest in that comp before really made me work a lot harder because now I'm just like, oh, this is easy. I was like, wait a second, what happened to my health? Like, it hasn't moved. Like, maybe I'm respecting the dungeon more at this point, possibly. Like, that could very well be true, that I just have more respect for this dungeon, because I can still die here. Like, I'm outside of my cooldowns now. Yeah, like, this is a tough pull. Like, there are 9 Berserkers, or 7. 7 Berserkers in here, plus the fact that there's a bunch of other things happening with it, too. And then we're just going to use my movement speed, though, around here. Yeah, so this can be a very tough pull for sure. I just really don't want to send this Barkskin. I kind of want it to die, like, right now. It's not quite dead yet. Almost. Yeah. So, Caverns just requires me to play nearly pitch perfect. If anybody wants to get this trap, by the way, get that trap and use it on the mini-boss here, though. There was a massive difference doing that with a Mistweaver and not. I mean, granted, that, like, keeps my health bar really full, but it's not the only secret to it. It was also just here, though. Yeah. It's not the traditional first pull. Like, the route that I've been doing here is definitely different than how I know most high-key players are doing this right now, but I swear I like it. It works for me, is what I can say. Also, apparently, this is tech if you didn't know this, if everyone is standing in melee, these headhunters do not throw their spear, as I have learned recently. I think that's interesting. I don't even want to send Barkskin if I don't have to. A little bit of a knockback there, so we'll just in-cap this. And then I don't want to send any other tank cooldowns. So I'm just going to go here. Supposedly they're not going to spear people if everybody's standing in melee. But this route, the reason for it is that you skip all the elephants. The elephants were even more toxic here, though. We try to outlive the bears? Yes, Vlad. That's basically it. Now, granted, even this next pull as an example, I intentionally pull extra bears because the thought process is, if I can live them, then it's good. Yeah, I don't want I only have to pull 1 elephant with this route. It's just a big question mark is, if I can live, yes. If I die, then this route sucks. And that's it. That's the whole route here. Why do we have extra... Oh, man, we really got to stop these butt pulls, though, because I think we're dead now. Why do we have... Okay, the butt pulls are really getting me sometimes, because we are not supposed to have this Hex Guardian in here. It might be doable. Maybe you can save this. Like, I'm not going to die right now. Why is the Hex Guardian in here? I didn't pull the Hex Guardian. I did not pull that. Somebody walked too close to it, and now we're dealing with it. Okay. I might be able to live this if my healer can somehow do it. It's possible. Hold up. Wait. It's not... That should not have pulled. Not at this, though. Not at this key level. Butt pulls at like a lower key level is one thing, but at a higher key level, not this level, because I'm gonna get one tapped. ISI. Eventually, I die to this pull. I cannot live this forever. This pull has a time limit on it. I SI again. Okay, hold up. I get rid of the shrink. All the extra casters in here. Hold up. It's not impossible for me to live right now, but I need to just quickly grab these away from me. Focus the Hex Guardian down, basically. We kind of got the casters dead. I bark skin now. I go back in. Okay, wait a second. I actually think we're alive, which is insane because we shouldn't be right now. No idea how this pulled, but we actually saved it. Okay, so now what the hell is our percentage? We are so much percentage from this. I mean, you know what? So I've been thinking about my route, right? And I was like, you know what I should do? I feel like what I should do here is I should be pulling more in this. That's what I was thinking about, right? Because I was like, oh, there's like easy percentage. So now that worked, it was intentional. Let me teach you guys massive tank tech, okay? If something ever butt pulls in a dungeon, but you don't wipe, it's tech. If something butt pulls in a dungeon and you do wipe, then it's not your fault. But if you don't wipe, then it's tech. Write that down. Write that down. This is how it works. You understand? Because what just happened there, what amazing tank tech to get extra percentage. You see that? Look at our percentage. Now we can totally skip something later. Amazing. Really, really, like, what an amazing pull. You see? Yeah. And so now, basically, the only thing we have to do is talk about the elephant in the room. Which is the fact that DPS players don't respect their tanks. That's the thing. Like, I think that DPS players, you got to respect the fact that my tank, my healer was also, by the way, absolutely blasting that pull. Everyone did a good job. That was a pull where, with good defensive usage and actual proper, like, communication and teamwork, though, then we're good, though. I like the route, by the way, too, JJ. I know it's not, I developed this on beta myself. It's not what I've seen most people do for their higher keys. I still think that I can live this route even in a higher key level. Like if this was a 17, I could live. It maybe doesn't scale into the 18, 19 range, possibly, right? Yeah. So it's basically, the thing I like about this route is that it's very good for cooldown timings. It's got like really, 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 really decent cooldown timings where you have big, small, big, small, big, small. It's a good 2-minute route. Since I'm playing with an Ellie Shami and an Aflock, I kind of want to see if I can pull around that Ascendance a little bit more. And then we go in here, and then you'll see, so we free these prisoners. I let them do that. And then I intentionally, once again, pull all these bears. Something that I want to do is intentionally pull the bears. Don't get one tap, so I'm going to have to bark skin a little early. Normally, I have Incarn here, and then I'm just going to send the Lunar Beam there. I want these. I want the bears, though, because I can live them. And I still think that if you can live bears as a tank here, then it is worth pulling the bears. So we SI as they reach me, because they will sink. And then I just have to live in order to get back to my Incarn. In 3, 2, 1 Incarn, and we're fine. Perfect. All good. Watch that one Hexer cast. Boom. How come you never press Mangle? So with this build, I figured out that Mangle is actually a DPS loss. It is potentially a survivability gain, because I would maintain more Ironfur. But since I have enough fur to basically sustain myself at all moments, I actually just completely let go of Mangle for this. I don't even have Soul of the Forest Spec right now. So this is a no Mangle build, which is very strange, but does work. You can see it working here, and my damage is adequate. Is it the best damage in the world? No, but is it good? Yes. So now we don't snap anything. Right after this, we go boss. Our percentage is going to be insane because we pulled that extra mask and stuff and the extra casters. Bro, I'm shocked that we're alive right now. I don't think we should be alive. I feel like the run should have ended at that exact moment, but somehow we're going to be omega fast. So the question is, what can I skip? I don't even know what percentage to make up now. No. Is this WoW 3? That would be sweet, wouldn't it? All right, wait for Pat. You can kind of go to the left if you're very, very fast, but honestly, maybe we just wait. Because left involves potentially pulling something that you don't want to pull. If you are really good at left, just go. I would not do it. I would not do it. Go right. Go right. Play safe, play safe, play safe, play safe. If you go left and anybody's a little bit here, yeah, I know this is a little different, though. Yeah, so now we're going to go here, and then you just walk fast. Don't pull the mask. Don't pull the mask. Just go right there. Yep. Please don't pull the mask. Just go straight through, guys. Straight through, straight through, straight through. No way, right? We're all through? Wait, our rep pally isn't here. We summon. Summon. It's okay. There you go. Yeah, I was about to say, I think I was about to, JJ. I was thinking about it. And you saw me make that decision. Okay, nothing pulled, right? Please. We've already suffered enough in this run. None of those potential butt pulls, please. Thank you. Oh, I don't like keeping him too close to the wall. Let's do it right here. When you're down and you didn't, yeah, exactly. And you can see that. Yeah. So, JJ, what happens, you see, and the reason that I say this and that I've learned, I explain. I was playing with some title range people. Zinnia the Holy Priest, Giga Holy Priest. I was playing with Serene the Shaman, Caesar the Boomy, and they had a Resil 16 Caverns. They invited me a few days ago. Yeah, you know her. Or them, actually. I don't know. But I just assume, I honestly don't mean to be weird about this, but like Holy Priest, I sort of assume Zinnia is I don't know actually. It's just there's a stereotype of Holy Priest for sure. Anyways, so the point is, JJ. I would agree with that. Zinnia, you're here. Holy fuck. God damn. All right, listen. Great Holy Priest. I was genuinely thinking, I was thinking about it that night. I was like, what went wrong on every single Holy Priest main? I've known many Holy Priest mains in my entire life. All of them are women. So it's just a correlation I have in my mind, which is very, 2005, but I will admit the fact that in my head, that's how I feel, right now. I was looking at that run, and I was genuinely thinking, why was I struggling in that 16? Because right now, the 16 I'm hard chilling. I'm just like, I'm not at risk for dying. Everything is going super clean. Like everything, we had a massive butt pull earlier still, and it still is fine. And it's like, what was different about that run? And I'm like, is it the Mistweaver versus the Holy Priest? I think that the first death I had might have been that. But then I thought about it more, and I looked into it, and I was like, it's also the fact that my Warlock, as Dalgroth mentioned, my Warlock Curse of Weaknesses. And so, like, the Berserkers and stuff, they don't tend to sync on me as much. And then I was thinking about it even more, and then I was like, but I still have 5%. Like, the difference of the Holy Priest is I have 5% more stamina comparatively, right? And so I'm like, I'm still thinking that defensively I should not have felt that weak. But I'm wondering the Curse of Weakness was there as one thing. In this comp we're playing with, we happen to have a Ret Pally here, so that kind of accounts for 3% there. It kind of equals out. But either way, I could not figure out. And honestly, I genuinely think that it's just sometimes it was just like a big communication difference. And I felt like it was a good example of how if I zone into a key that's Resil, and you guys have a specific way that you understand the key, I have to do a much better job at communicating the differences if I plan to do a different route. I think that that's something that I got to get better at. If I continuously go into if I'm just pugging some higher keys, and 16 is a relatively high key right now. It's not the highest key, but for me, if I pug into I think I need to do a better job of explaining how I want things to go, because as a tank, it's like I'm expected to have be the leader, but so many of the issues were actually just in terms of the pacing, in terms of the fact that I misunderstood once again. Since I'm so used to having a Mistweaver or a Paladin or something, I don't tank this pack. We had a death here as an example, Zinnia, because I don't tank this pack next to the altar because I just assume everyone can get out. I'm like, okay, so my Devourer, Demon Hunter, he has a way to get out. And then I forget, actually speaking, they nerf Vengeful Retreat. So my Devourer, Demon Hunter does not have a way to get out. And I said, because normally what happens, and the reason I thought they still could get out is because my Mistweaver has been Tiger's Lusting them every time I play with a Devourer Demon Hunter. So I don't need to tank this by the altar because we are definitely going to have a way to get out of it. Everyone here, as an example, right? I blame all, and that for sure, that also, I think the first time I was just very unexpected because, like, if you see my health here, I just have I haven't always been playing with the Mistweaver. I've done a lot of keys elsewhere with either Resto Druid or whatever. First time I played with Holy Priest, and Holy Priest has to choose. I did not see if you were playing Oracle or Archon. I liked Holy Priest a lot on beta, but I think that I didn't appreciate some of the differences, and I was just thinking to myself, okay, by the way, thank you, Zinnia, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to tank it. I apologize that we had to spend some more time in your Resil keys, but the idea here is this, right? I don't take offense. Like if I have a key where I'm like, oh man, I'm messing up a lot, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, I'm not doing so hot this key. I don't take it personally. I don't feel bad about it, and I actually feel like it's a skill that many tanks need to learn how to get better at. I swear it's actually a fundamental tanking skill that people do not realize. You can't take things personally because you are going to mess up. You know, it's going to happen. You're going to get to a key level where you're like, that worked before, but it doesn't work now, and you have to be willing to go in and make mistakes. So I don't take it personally, but I am the sort of person where I want to learn. I want to get better, and I'm like, okay, so if this happened here, how can I avoid it happening again? And that's a good question. And so I was thinking about that a lot. But the thing as a tank, and I think that a lot of tank players will be able to relate to this. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. Yeah, tanks and healers in particular. You know what I mean? I feel like tanks and healers in particular are like this. Yes, don't take it personally if you make a mistake, but also I think about it all night. Like literally I'm going to bed and I'm like, that's 16 Mysara Caverns today. God damn it, that one thing I tried to go left, I should have waited. I did this on the first pull. If I had just hit Frenzied Regen. Like I'll think about that shit for 24 hours. I don't take it personally, but I absolutely think about it for 24. Like I'm literally like remembering it for the entire day and the following day and the day after that. And I'm like, okay, it's almost like I actually, okay, wait, we can skip the corner pack. We can grab these warriors, but not those skirmishers. And the reason is because I'm almost positive the percentage will work out because we had the butt pull earlier and somehow we managed to save it, which was actually insane. Yeah. And then it's basically like, okay, so that's how I am. I don't mind being like that because once again, I find that it actually is helpful. It allows me to correct my gameplay and get better and continuously improve, even though I don't always go to the key levels that I know some of you guys go to. But I'm always thinking like this about how I can improve. And for me, that's actually what makes the game fun. So here, for example, since this is not my normal routes, the pacing is going to be slightly different. My Incarn gets expended here. I'm going to be... Normally, I tank this here, but maybe this is a bad way to tank this because actually I'm fighting a few extra things, and these bats in particular, you don't need to kick the bats, but I do need to be facing away from my team if they go off. I want to make sure I stay on the shade. Do I need SI? The answer is no. But yeah, it's basically like I always feel like that like thing as a tank or a healer where it's like, you know, everyone else is allowed to make mistakes except for me. You know, everyone else can. I can't, though. Like, I'm not allowed to. Let's chain this up here, but then we're going to fight this just like this for a second. Because the defender, we're on pace here. This seems like this is a bad chain, but actually we're just going to wait here for a second, though. Mini CC, it is a new add-on somebody made. I think it was, who made it again? The monk guy. He made it. And... there's a few others at this point as well. It is not entirely accurate. Do not depend on it because it does not account for CDR. So see, my Incarn actually has 20 seconds, but it will show that it has more than that. All right, just go a normal path. Just go here. And then we're still going to do this pull to the left because we can still be at 90% before this boss like this. We're just going to make this a lot easier now. There might be some roaming bats, or we already pulled them earlier. I'm actually a little unsure. You know what I would like in this pull? I want those guys on top of the stair, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be getting them. So let's go over here. I was half listening, saying Monk Healer allows that pull. Holy Priest can't. Not quite, Denante. There's a combination of things that happened because I was trying to figure out why I died. If I ordinarily don't die to a pull, and then all of a sudden I die, I question why, right? And one of them for sure is the difference between how Holy Priest and how Mistweaver heals. Mistweaver on a pull like that, although they're going to be getting a few renewing mists out, the way that they actually heal is by spamming a button called Spinning Crane Kick. It is a single button rotation for them. Now, I will receive almost entirely the way of the crane on that pull because the reason I do that pull is because I'll tank damage. Like there's one caster, and there are some birds to dodge, but effectively, it is actually just a tank damage pull. That's why I like doing it, by the way, because it's just good for pugs. If I can ever take more of the responsibility as a tank, as a pug, I appreciate it though, you know? Hey, bro, I hope you're going to show macro the Ironfur on your Guardian tank guide. Oh, I can show you if you want that. I'm sorry, if you watch the guide and if you want the macro, Santiago, go to my Discord, go to tank information. The macro is pinned right there. The healer told me I had Ancient Kings up. Yes. So to be fair, yeah, that actually does make sense. Yes, because the cooldown tracking is not perfect. It exists, but you can't depend on it because Kings, for example, has CDR. You're going to get a lot of CDR. There are certain abilities that you should just not track if you're trying to do it. Kings would be one of them, by the way. Okay, so we have strong aggro here because I sent the Lunar Beam. Like this as an example, as I chain down here, I added an extra Lunar Beam plus an extra Thrash Global because my Shaman died on this pull. And I was like, how the hell did my Shaman have aggro? I also realized, Zinnia, that something I wasn't anticipating was that we have PI with a Holy Priest. And that also furthers an aggro problem that, again, normally I don't have aggro problems. And I was like, bro, what the... Why am I losing aggro? And I was like, oh, perhaps that's another element of it is that, you know, we have a DPS getting PI with an extra level of burst and they're going hard. So it's like, perhaps that's, you know, I don't know. Or maybe he's playing 3-minute, I don't know if that's actually still a choice node for Elemental Shaman, haven't kept up, but like maybe he's playing 3-minute Ascendance with that PI and he's just fucking blasting during that. Cause I have, again, never lost, like this pull, no threat issue. Although I think he actually saved Ascendance for boss, like a very ethical DPS, because we're trying to time this. There are so many little things that add up, Denante. It's not just a healer diff, although that's a surface level analysis. It's much more than that. It was a combination of normally just miscommunication, I swear. I think that what people don't realize about higher keys, they are hard, yes. But the main thing that you do about higher keys is it's reps. You start to develop muscle memory. Once you do 16 Mysara Caverns with a really good group enough times, you actually develop muscle memory about how you're supposed to do that thing. Just like I have muscle memory to know, oh yeah, I'm going to get hit there, but I know I'm going to save my bark skin for this first overlap here. And I need to make sure I have bark skin walking in. Or, you know, there are so many little things you develop. If you start to change the timing of things, people go, what? And it's like, whoa, and the route changes, this changes. I think that one of the things that's not talked about enough for tanking or healing at a high level is consistency. The consistency of knowing, for example, as a healer player, my team is going to press defensives. That's a huge one. Where if you play with the same people, you could actually depend on that. You could say, well, I know that, you know, so-and-so is going to be pressing a defensive here because I've told them to do it and we've done this key several times. Whereas in a pug, you're like, well, I've just sent my cooldowns and everyone overlapped their defensives. And it's like, oh, we're going to be in trouble. Does that make sense? There's so many little things like that. Whoops. Holy. If that was on me, I could have died. That was a scary knockback. All right, let's go collide these now before the phase. I'm going to get mine over here. Nice. This boss is made a lot easier. But my Mistweaver here now has to go to the other side and not walk through that puddle. So there's all these little things about the game. Ultimately, remember, although you can min-max, first and foremost, it's a game. Make sure you're having fun. Make sure whatever you're doing, first and foremost, have fun. Worry about all title, score, worry about that later. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. You ready? I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If you don't get title this season, your mom statistically will still love you. Although, I suppose, statistically, you might be not full of love from a wonderful family, in which case your mom statistically will not love you. But that has nothing to do with you getting title. That just has to do with, well, something else. But it has nothing to do with you getting title. All right? Statistically, she'll love you more. I guess that depends. So mothers do tend to like children who live in their basements for a long time. Like if for example, if your mother, if you can live with her and she can dote on you a bunch. So it is true, and that makes sense, Noise. So, statistically speaking, if you're getting title, you probably play this game kind of a degenerate amount. So perhaps from that perspective, your mom could love you more. But I'm just saying, like it's not a guarantee. These are all these are generalizations. That's the problem with statistics, right? Like I don't mean to call anybody out or anything, but technically speaking, it should work like this. Yes. I think my Saras is actually not a bad key anymore after this boss got nerfed and stuff. Okay, easy time. These are jokes. Just joking. Just joking. I love you statistically. Yeah, that doesn't sound good, Vladdy. That doesn't sound good, Vladdy. That's tough. That's tough. I love you statistically. Well, that sounds like something I would say to a romantic partner like a while ago in my life. Eventually I learned, right? But like keep in mind that I grew up and I wasn't exactly the best at communicating with people. So it took me a long time to learn that you're not supposed to actually say this. There's a lot of things about like, it's just for example, there's a lot of things I didn't know for a long time that like you have to compliment your partner. I love you statistically. No. Like statistically, like I'll love you every day. Like I don't know. No. It's not even. It's a. Am I still? Yeah, this build has no apex. But I've also kind of made certain routing decisions. I've been pulling extra safe because I could have sped this key up a lot. If we on 17, we'd still time this. But if we were on 18. The timer would get sus. I could have definitely... We had the butt pull earlier, which cost a fair bit, but somehow we managed to live that with 0 deaths. I don't know how that happened. We were all Giga gaming there, luckily. That was actually... I thought that was going to ruin the run. But there have been a lot of butt pulls recently at higher keys, and shouldn't really be happening that much. So we just go around. Don't pull this big guy. Don't pull the big guy. Did I pull the big guy? Wait. Did I pull him? Do they shift him a little closer? This happened twice. Can you not run past there anymore? I swore you could run past him before. We just have to fight him now. Wait a second. Out of curiosity, you can't run past him anymore? Bye, Deco. Wait, guys. Focus. Oh, yeah. I don't think you could run past them anymore. Okay, so it's Warlock Gateway now. Or you just take this guy into the previous poll, which is normally what I do for a percentage anyways. LOL. Yeah, it's just save B-Res. It's okay. I off-heal this. It's okay. Well, maybe we'll bring it back a little. Maybe you have to Gateway then. I feel like they moved him to the right, because it used to be on beta. You could skip him really easily. You can't even with a Gateway? Really? So you just take him now. Okay. Zinnia, do you know, because you've done this on a very high level, do you know if you can skip the Guardian, this Defender at the end? Our timer's a little tight. We gotta go. Okay, actually, wait. That makes our timer, like, really tight. Come up. Go. We still have time easy, but, like, it's kind of a little tight now. Because I was not anticipating that. Hold up, guys. Okay, no deaths on this boss, though, please. No deaths. That would be so weird if we just actually didn't time this now. The tank pulls that. I've never tried to skip it. Okay, noted. It worked on beta super easily, but I swear they just kind of casually changed it. Okay, we're going to go walk into this boss. Here we go. I don't need any healing. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go to the corner, and then I wild charge back every time. And then I position all of those right there. And then we will all be fighting here. That's okay. We can't... Timer-wise, we can't lose. But we can't have any deaths here. So just watch your feet. Yeah, that's what I was saying, actually. I think they patched it right before M+ started. Because I've just been pulling it in my routes, but... Okay, so I'm going to go back here. Still have 1 second left of Incarn. Boom. Wild charge back. And I like to position all of those 3 stacked on each other so that my team knows exactly where we're standing. And then we're going to min-max the hell out of this positioning because we need to get a really good lust burn. We're going to get 2 phases. We have enough time for 2 damage phases here, but barely, by the way. Okay, let me not take extra damage. I'm sorry, healer. Barely. So it's you got to be careful about that. Okay, here. So again, I just back up. And then I Wild charge back. Watch the puddles. Bring him all the way to the front. Yes, you caught that, Vlad. Nice, 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 nice. So we're going to bring him basically right here. Now, one time I brought him way up to that gate, and I swore he ran toward me for a second, and I thought he was going to reset. So now I don't do that. Okay, the healer, I get the last one. Everybody else just goes. I got this. Okay, Draco does that. Nice, 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 nice. I'm going to get this last one. Okay. Go. It should be the healer. I get it. Everybody else should just go, go, go. Tech res, if you tank him near the brazier, the puddle won't come out. I don't even mind the puddle as a bear because my team doesn't have to think about it whatsoever, though. Okay, you lust this. Lust. No. Lust. No. Lust. Okay, we're gonna lust the next phase. Okay, no problem. No problem. Little bit of a whoopsie daisy there. Little bit of a whoopsie daisy. It's okay. I think that you... Oh, you just lust now. Just lust now. Just lust. I think you kill the boss before the next one. No. Hold on. It's just because our timer starts to look a little bit suspicious. I think you just send... Yeah, that's okay. Should have said hero. Well, possibly. Here we go. We got this, though. Here we go. No way you phase again. Just lust. Lust now. I would just send the lust. Actually, send it now. Yeah, we don't need it for the damage amp. Like, we're not going to get any value there. So just send it now. Did he press it early? Okay, I have drums in my bag. Hold up. I have some drums, I think. I got it. Cool. I got it. I got the drums. Nice. Good tech. Here we go. Just rip those drums. Here we go. I have some in my bags, actually. We kill boss. It's okay. Well, because we won't get another phase. We don't need to. It's easy. A little sketchy there. A little sketchy. GG's. Well played. GG's. Yeah, he might have done that, though. It's not a wipe, it's tech. That's true. Would you guys not get lust? No, we did not. Oh, I think he might have used it a second before. If he got another phase, he did something wrong. Yeah, it's okay. We did it. GG's. Well played. So now I have a 17 Nexus in my bags, and then we'll have another 17 to think about. Nice. Good job. Not bad. There you go. The Vessel of Torture. Dude, I had the worst vault. This was in my vault, and this trinket is so bad. But yeah. No, this is a bad trinket. You don't want this one. Haha. It's okay, Zinnia. What I'll do is I'll probably start working on my Brewmaster soon so that, I can play the quote-unquote meta tank. Let me get that to test. Dude, I don't want this trinket. It's like... It's weird. You have to pick them up. And even with that, I think you'd have to pick 3 up at all times to actually have it be worth it. Yeah. I just take the right on the bridge, but I'm pretty sure in Mythic 0, that's what I think too. This is, by the way, we have a 17 AA. Okay, so 17 AA is not going to happen. 18 AA, sorry, like 16 AA is fine. We can do 16 Algathar. 17 AA is tight. Like, yeah. Nice clutch. Thank you. 17 AA gets tough. Should I order a Burger King milkshake? I already had one today, but I kind of want a second one. Like, they're really easy to drink. And I'm bulking now again. I'm in my bulking phase. No? All right, what should I get then? I want to get something. I also want like Thai tea or whatever though. If you want the bubble guts, I don't think I got a bubble gut. I could use some more calories these days. I feel like since I haven't been eating a lot recently. I don't know what Thailand has. So what keys do we have now? I have 17 Nexus. Eat nuts? Well, Belsara, many people have inquired as to when they will be able to see content for this particular subject, as an example, Balsara, which, again, I will comment that it probably doesn't. It's not going to happen. However, I cannot have fiber, remember? Yeah. I mean, food, of course, that's what I meant as well, but I can't eat fiber, so no food for me. I actually want to experiment with eating nuts again, but as of right now, no fruit, I can't eat fruit, Can't eat vegetables. Can't eat this. There's a lot of things I can't eat. Yeah. All right. He got Skyreach 14. We can do that later, potentially. Protein and calories, pretty much. Okay, so I have 17 Nexus. With a clean route where we don't butt pull the Seer, you can time 17 Nexus. The issue is, why can't you have fiber? I have a genetic condition. I need a 50 and we resil 15. Let's go. Oh, okay. Arson might have to go. All good. All good. I think Deco and I are the same IO now. I'm missing 3 16s, though. Do you get red? What do you mean red? Like itchy? No. I just can't digest. So I have gastroparesis. It's interesting. I'll be back tomorrow. Can do more tomorrow. All good. Not in a rush. I can hold these keys. Yeah, I am. I'll be here tomorrow. No problem. Like flush, yeah. So my intestines don't move like a normal person's intestines. 15 next, I'm not looking forward to it. That's why I'm doing that tomorrow. 15 Nexus is good. 15 Nexus is all right. So but Random and Deco, are you guys going to do more? Because if we're holding the 17 now for Arson tomorrow, which we can totally do, or we could look for some 16. Alternatively, I actually want to start getting my alt tanks geared a little bit more. So I have a Brewmaster, because after these recent nerfs, Brewmaster will still be dominant. The nerfs to Brewmaster were not anywhere near, I think, enough to take them out of meta contention. So I kind of want to start gearing my Brewmaster a little bit. Do you guys want to do any more keys, Random and Deco, or are you guys going to bed too? I know Arson's going to bed, so I'm down for a lot more keys today. But the question is what to do. That is the question. I'd like to maybe start working on some alts a little bit more. So I've got my Monk, I've got my Paladin, and I've got my Warrior. Happy to play all of those, but I kind of want to focus on one potentially. Even alt stuff. Okay, so Random's down for one more. Deco, what do you want to do? Okay, that's fine. Deco's gonna head to bed. Sounds good. Oh, damn, that sucks. All right, feel better. Feel better soon. That sucks. All right, so I'm kind of happy. Or the other option is that I start playing some Resto Druid as well. Also, Balanced Druid is going to be getting buffed next week, and I don't know if they necessarily needed that. So that's interesting. A lot of people rank Bear as the worst or second worst tank. I don't think that's true, Budo. I mean, so the thing is, Budo, there's so many different ways to play Bear. But in general, I don't see it being the worst tank. Like, it doesn't have the problems that VDH has. It doesn't have the problem that Blood DK has. Like, I still think it's very tanky. I think that a lot of Bears, when they play a traditional build, are falling over because they're not managing their resources extremely well. And that's problematic, to say the least. But overall, I don't think that Bear is actually bad, if that makes sense. Like, I just don't see it, in my opinion. It depends on the build you play, and it depends on which Bear you're playing with. But in my opinion, Bear, the Wowhead build is ass. It is interesting, by the way, the Wowhead build does not play Blood Frenzy, as an example. Traditional build, well, for most Bears are still playing the full Apex, which is going to be more damage. But the problem is if you play this, then you have to manage 2 resources with both Raise and with Ironfur. And if you don't manage those properly, you're going to get one-tapped randomly. It can happen. You might just drop your Ironfur trying to greed your damage, or you might be playing all these talents but not actually use this, though. Well, Terezi, there's many builds. I never want to tell people that they absolutely have to, play whatever build. You don't have to play anything in WoW. You could play Holy Priest. Look at Zinnia. You could play Holy Priest. You could play Guardians. You could play whatever way you want to play. I am definitely not the best. I'm just, I do not pretend to be, not by a long shot, Terezi. And I'm very okay with that. I don't have to be, nor do I want to be rank 1 in the world. I'm perfectly fine not having that title. I just want to be good. I want people who play with me to like playing with me. That's what I want, actually. What my goal basically is, if I'm tanking your key, I want you to think to yourself afterward, I'm glad a Wu was tanking my key. Does that make sense? That's all. That's my metric of success. Like, for example, I was not tanking that key with Zinnia very well. So it would be understandable if Zinnia was like, I thought it would be better if we didn't have a Wu as a tank. That's fair. That's why I reviewed it and thought to myself, how could I do better in the future? Because what I want is for me to go into a key with people I've never played with and for them to think, man, this guy's good. That's my goal. That's my proxy for success, if that makes sense, yeah? That's what I want to have happen. And that's kind of how I judge and evaluate my own performance is, do people want to play with me again? What's up, Captain? Well, depends on what we're going to play here, actually, though. I got you, Terezi. Why don't we schedule something when you are less inebriated, by the way? That would probably work better, no? Okay. Who this? Yes, that sounds good. Yes, why don't we do that later? That is a good plan. We'll schedule the timing. Yes, that does sound like a good plan. Okay. So random. Are you down? You want to do one more though? What's up, Arson? Yo, GG's. I'm glad we got some keys today. We're almost at Resil 16, and then we have to start fighting for keys. I'm gonna start gearing some alts too. I think I might want to work on my Brewmaster or some other tanks as well. We'll see. I'm gonna be doing it soon, but those keys were good. I think 16s are chill. I think 17 this week we'll have to fight for some 17s. But I think a good goal. 16 Resil is pretty solid, though. A brawler tank is a tank with good DPS and good self-sustain. Who do you recommend? I feel like Brewmaster, honestly, right now in the current state, if no other changes levies, I mean, Brewmaster is not a bad option if you're okay with that, philosophy. I feel like Brewmaster, actually. GG's, Arson. Good night. Is there a talent guide for the talents you're using? For me, yeah, I made one. It's a guide on Patreon and for YouTube members. Here. There is a guide explaining this build there. Hi, Lucas Silverblade. That's a cool name. That's a solid name. Do you do coaching for Patreon members? Yes, I do. The tier 2 for Patreon. Tier 2 is how I do the coaching. You can do coaching through there, or if you don't use Patreon, you can just message me individually on Discord. But just make sure to schedule a time with me kind of earlier in the month because it actually gets kind of busy. What's up, Arson? Good night. All right. I don't know if Random is going to be on. I'll ask him if he wants to do any more. But if they're all going to bed, no problem. Let's see what's going on. I can maybe try to find... The other option, of course, is if I can get Resil 16, then we'll all get Resil 16, right? GG's, by the way. Draco's a good rep pally. You can see him actually using all the things he needs to use on rep pally. So there's like a 16 terrace. We have that. 16 spire here. We could always apply and see if they'll take me. 17 Algathar. 17 Algathar is tough. 16 Algathar is fine. Like 16 is no problem, but like 17, that timer gets tight. So we can always just quickly look, see if they want me, but most likely with a Fury Warrior and Rep Pally, they'll be looking for a Brewmaster. The real question is, so I owe 75 jumping jacks. Let's take a little snack break and decide what I'm doing, though. Yeah, no problem. I figured random. Get some rest. Reconvene tomorrow. Night. Good night, Torzy. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll schedule our coaching call soon. Oh, I got into Spire. Cool. Hello. All right. Spire is actually easy. Spire is not that bad. You can route this super safe as well and just quickly pick this up. If you get 16 Spire and then you get 16 Skyreach, these are the two easy ones. And then you just need the Algathar, and we have that we have a 17. So maybe we can get that tomorrow. If I got Resil 16, then we can technically just get everybody else. My thought process is if we can get everybody else's key up to a 16, then we all re-roll. So Arson has a 15. I think that the plan tomorrow would be... Oh, that's fine. That's what I was wondering, Random. I kind of figured that. No, it's okay. It's a silly little thing. I had drums in my bag, so I got it. Basically, though, my thought process is if one of us gets 16, we should get everyone else's key up from a 15 so that we can re-roll for the thing that we need, right? Because there are going to be some like gaps if you play early and then you get this, or if I get this, like 16 Windrunner, then we're going to want to kind of do it together, if that makes sense. And then the hunt will be for 17. 17s, I imagine, will take us about 2 weeks to get. Like the 16s are kind of chill. 17s are probably going to be here, though. The highest key done right now? 19, isn't it? Bjorn, isn't the highest key 19? I don't know if a 20 was done today, but last time I checked, it was 19. Cool. Let me go biofast, then we'll do this, though. Yeah, of course. 2 weeks from now, we get our next big power upgrade. Was there a 20 done now? Okay, 1 second. Let me just go bio, and then we'll do this key. You're back. Okay. Let's go. 16 Spire. I'm in with Pally. All right, what's up? Oh, Jordan again was resetted. Okay, on the way. On the way, I poured over there. I was saying a 22, but I don't know if they did it. Gotcha. Yeah, I would say that this season is going to be weird. And one of the reasons the season is going to be weird is because we're on the second week, man. I seriously question and I wonder and I'm concerned, actually, though, about the longevity of this season. We are on week 2. We're doing some awfully high keys week 2. And keys have a finite scaling system. Doesn't it feel like this season is kind of going to be over in a month? Don't you think so too, Deadar? I owe, by the way, 75 jumping jacks from earlier. 75 jumping jackarinos. I got to do them after this. First, let me just order some milk. I want milk. If I'm not ordering more milkshakes, I am at least ordering more milk, right? So, yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that concerns me a little bit. That does actually concern me. Okay, this one. What was this basket item for? Okay, so we want boom, boom, and we want to go to previously ordered. Nice. And then we just want to go to previously ordered here. And then I want search this store like this. Windrunner Spire is either less healing wise. Oh, Windrunner Spire is easier. Yeah, Windrunner Spire is definitely easier. Okay, we'll just do these. Bam. I want milk and this, and then we'll place that order. Good. Sorry, I got an emergency. Gotta go. All right, we lost the mage. Cool. Casual game, yeah. So that's what I'm worried about, Didar. That's exactly right. Technically speaking, yeah, that's what I'm really worried about. They have basically put in the game. This is the goal. The goal is that you want to get your portals or your 3K. A flex redeem. All right, bet. Here we go. It's not the gear. That's not the problem. So the problem is this. You guys understand? It's the fact that if they tell you what the goal is, and the goal is 3K. Goddamn, I need some salt and hydration. I can tell I'm getting a little lightheaded. All right, fuck it. You know what? I'm going to tell you about the game tomorrow. Another time. What I'm going to do instead is we're going to blast some gaming music, and we go do some keys. Sound good? That sound like a plan? That's what I do. Because whenever I start making a point and I go, guys, look, the thing is, when I consider the point, and the point, it is pointy, and the more that I think about the point, it becomes pointier. So the point being pointy, it's interesting how pointy it becomes. That's not good. That means I'm getting lightheaded. That means, did I hit the gym today? No. But I'm going to do some workout on stream probably, so I can just game longer hours. That's the plan. Good plan. I don't mind this music. Let's go. Yeah. I'll do some like push-ups or something. Maybe I'll change the bit goal to push-ups and we'll see if we get like 100 push-ups at home or whatever it is. Good luck on the key. Easy key. No problem. Can't lose from here. That's a perfect gather, pretty much, except for that one restless sword. I gotta kick him in. Let's see if we die first pull or not. Pre-move the big bubble. We had some deaths. That's not good. That's not good. That looks like a reset go again. I'm not gonna lie. That looked like a... That didn't go. That didn't go according to plan here. This bull is not dead either. Okay. Let me just check something. Yeah, it didn't kick. It didn't kick. Okay, we need heavier gaming music and some hydration. But I believe it's a Razilki, so I think we can just go again. He died, to be fair, but also he did not kick. How do you start Fall with Guardian spec? You just go into Boomy form, and then you press Heart of the Wild. So Heart of the Wild will transform depending on the spec that you're in, right? So if I go Boomy form, it goes Starfall. If I go Cat form, it goes Feral Frenzy. That's how. Okay. Hold up. Where's my salt and where's my water? Because I need to hydrate a little bit. I've decided, unfortunately, for myself, and this is super sad, but I will not be ordering another milkshake from Burger King. Yeah, you just need to spec it. It's not that hard to take. You just have it right here, like this. Ready? SZ. What's up, guys? Hello. I gotta re-up my symbiotic. Hello. You say S, you say Z, I say Y. Or W. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Hi, Abuelita. So, for example, watch this. If I go Boomkin form, then I can hit my Starfall, and then I can Stampeding Roar, which gives me back into Bear form. And then the Starfall will be up for 8 seconds. It has an 8-second duration, which just basically ensures threat. If I actually wanted to min-max my damage, to be fair, what I would want to do instead of that is that I would actually want to Starfall in the middle of this pack. Well, that guy wasn't in he wasn't in the thing. I need a kick on this. I need a kick on that guy back there. He didn't want to group in. I tried to Vortex him, but he was just out of the Vortex, so he actually went further to the left. Kicks is... No, I don't think so, Bjorn. I think that kicks are not as punishing this season, to be honest with you. So, worst case scenario, if you end up missing like a kick or two, I don't think it's actually GG's. I just think your healer needs to be like prepared for it. It's mostly just becomes a thing where your healer needs to be able to off-heal. Like, they need to be able to pump and out-heal it. The massive damage of Boomkin form. So, there's a talent called Persistence that we have now. We didn't used to have it. Now we have it, though. It's not that bad. I'll off-heal here. I think we're fine. That's on me. Cool, perfect. So now we have this talent called Persistence up here. And you won't have to worry about that too much, though. Yeah? Because I had a dream about Thailand. We did a key with Kent earlier, Abuelita, and it's one of the only keys that I have died on the first pull, because I wasn't anticipating the damage on 17. And I made one error. I pressed one wrong button, Abuelita, and I died instantly earlier. How unfortunate. Bum, bum, bum. That sucked. It was a 17 Nexus, and I was not anticipating the first pull. And the rotation I did on 16 was not enough, so I died immediately. Bum, 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 doo, doo. It does help, Bjorn, if you can DPS who actually press their kick and defensives. Like, it makes a massive difference for keys right now. It does. It can make a real big difference to actually have DPS who do try to help the healer and DPS who don't. So we line of sight around this corner here. And then I'll in-cap roar the first fire spit in like 3, 2, 1. What I want to do is the healer is not supposed to dispel the poison. I'm supposed to dispel the poison. That's on me. The Ret Pally and I, we can dispel poison. But the healer has to save their dispel for the actual magic debuff, which hurts more from this Restless Steward. Ba-ba-boom-boom. Apparently Steve's going to London. I don't know how that works, though. Okay, I dispel that. Perfect. And then we're here. Oh, I think this healer is struggling a little bit. So why don't we just slow down the pace of this dungeon? Healer is clearly struggling a bit. So why don't we slow down the pacing? There's no need for us to go crazy hard here. The healer is lagging behind a little bit. No problem, no problem, no problem. Let's just give him more opportunity to catch up. I won't do aggressive pulls. I'm noticing that he's gonna... So that's no problem, no problem. Is he using Sunfire and Starfire? Wait. What? Wait. He's what? He's using Sunfire and Starfire. Okay, no problem, no problem. He's pumping. That's... We'll see. We'll see, though. And I was in for a Rude Awakening for 13. You don't have to pull this that aggressively. I don't know if 80k on that pull is considered pumping, Dal. I'm not sure about that. Well, there's a lot of extra damage being taken. I'll dispel poison. But also, to be fair, these debuffs they do hurt. Now, about to say, 80k on a pull like that, which is a fair bit of consistent healing. We're going to chain this in. I've got aggro. I'm going to back up. Restless Steward in the back. One overlap. Dispel poison. Kick the bolts. I still get 3. Okay. Ambient damage is done. Healer got trapped. It's okay. I'm going to dispel that. I'm going to make sure I don't die. Give my healer a bit more grace here. Incap that so I can get aggro on these lashers. Okay, we're good. When this Lynx dies, I'll continue chaining. We can pull this Lasher in, but you know what I don't have to do? We don't have to do Lasher plus Dragonhawk. We can just do this. That's fine. Unfortunately, that Lynx was just shy of that. So healer's going to be fine here. No other damage. Kick the bolts. One of the reasons I don't like Resto Druid is just because of how much pressure there is, basically, to always think if you're trying to do proper damage, then you should actually be in cat form. But then if you're in cat form, then you're not ramping as well. So if there's unexpected damage that happens, after this AoE, we can chain the dragons in. What's your favorite healer to run with? Mistweaver right now, actually. I really like Mistweavers. I like the way they heal. It's easy to understand how I need to support them, though. In cap. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, he's chilling. It was just the last tick of the dispel. Boom, 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 boom. Vortex Typhoon. That overlap. Got it. I want to save Incarn for boss. Kill him before the next one. He's doing fine. He's doing fine. He'll be able to heal this key. I'm not that worried. Okay, so I've got War Stomp here. 3, 2, 1, War Stomp now. And then I can incap this one. Incap. Sometimes when you have a death like that, like last tick of a dispel, it could have been a Word of Glory was missed. It could have been that the paladin walked over a poison puddle. Could have been many things, though. So definitely not fair to just completely blame the healer. I know that on the first attempt of this dungeon, we were a little bit off there. Is that warrior going to be actually doing full damage? Because if he is, I'm going to lose threat, but otherwise we should be fine. I'm going to Starfall then, because I'm a little worried for threat then. It is a Rezil, but it's not the healer's Rezil. I don't know whose Rezil it is, but it's someone's Rezil. Yeah. So we already did the first attempt, and the previous attempt, we just had HPS deaths on the first pull. There was a bolt that went off, but I could tell that HPS was a little off. Like, first pull, you just have to pump with 4 dispels. And plan Trank for the first overlap. At least that's what I would do on my Resto Druid. Unless I could call out defenses or whatever. Maybe then I could plan better. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know whose Rezil it is. I think it's the Rat Pally's Rezil. There's something I can do here is I can soak the tornadoes if I have cooldowns for it. Like, I can SI and just soak a tornado during this phase. So, like, the healer choosing to Iron Bark that right there is an interesting choice because, technically speaking, that won't one-shot anybody. So I'm going to off-heal him here. You can't get one-shot by the fire as long as you move out of it. So if I see an Iron Bark come out like there, I say, okay, what I would do as a healer is I would consider Iron Barking this intermission because I would expect that nobody's going to be taking a tick of the fire outside of things because it would help me heal this part right here, especially if I'm out of Convoke or Trank for this phase. Now, granted, Resto Druid is very powerful right now, so he should not have a problem with HPS. But he's also not in cat form at all, so he should be able to heal this easy. Of course, easy to analyze other people's gameplay when I'm not in his point of view. I've healed this dungeon and I get hit by a tornado, and that's GG's. All the talk is irrelevant if you get hit by a tornado. I'm gonna off-heal the hunter. That iron bark was good. Although the hunter is actually quite tanky against this now. Technically. So, if I think a tornado might kill someone... See that? See that? It's okay, we have a res. No problem. I can off-heal that phase a little bit more. Oops. Actually, I'm going to be in trouble there. It's okay. Yeah, I think I'm just going to be trying to clear those tornadoes more often. In the phase. The Rat Pally just sacked me because I got hit by a tornado. That's reasonable. So this phase right here, I have Symbiotic on. I don't have a proc. I can manually off-heal if I think I need to. Not that it will do much. I mean, it kind of does something. Give me a proc. Give me a proc to off-heal. I has no proc. But also, see that defensive usage. Survival of the fittest being used after the thing happens does not help. You want to use that before the thing happens. Because the last tick of that doesn't actually explode. Like, if you move out of it fast. In 2 weeks is different. I know, Corpus. It's weird, man. That's the thing, Corpus. I'm curious about what this season is going to look like. I think you're going to see the most drop-off that you've ever seen, actually, in this season. I'm a little worried about it, to be honest. I think this is going to be the most seasonal season of WoW that has ever existed. Abuelita, are you worried about that? And the level that you play at, Abuelita, how you enjoy the game. Question for you. Do you think that this season people will stop playing because they're going to hit their goals much faster? Are you worried about it? Do you think you would ever stop playing? It's called Mini CC. It's not perfect, though. It doesn't account for CDR, so you can't really depend on it as much. Nice war stomp there. Okay, good. Chain in now. Yeah. So just know that there are some things, like, for example, my Incarn, as an example, that won't be tracked properly by this. Holy fuck, what the hell? Sorry, I just heard the song lyrics. Are you ever listening to a song before and you've never heard it before and you're listening and you're like, da 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 da, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, what? What did he just say? That's how I felt just now. I was bamboozled. I was like, wait, did I hear that right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Holy. What is this song? Sometimes I'm listening to my own music and I'm just like, what? All right, we're going nice and safe here. You can combine this pull if your team is confident, but... Damn. This song sounds happy, but it is not a happy song. Bro, holy I'm just listening to the song right now as I'm doing this key. I'm just like, what the hell? Oh, bye. That's okay. I live. Not concerned. That's why we slow down the pacing, though, because you can still time this right now. I do not need a healer. And I'm wondering if you have any information on what I should be doing to increase my number. Absolutely. Crestar, I have actually a great suggestion for you. there are a number of things that you can do to help with physical disabilities if you have, for example, cerebral palsy. So if you've been playing with single button assist, first of all, I would actually recommend that there's a world where you don't have to use single button assist, but you could try my build. My build, because it allows you to macro Ironfur, and this is one of the things that I'm passionate about, and it's also one reason I'm sad that they removed Thorns of Iron, is that even if this build isn't the top damage, it's so accessible that it will allow you to enjoy the game in the way that you might want to. And because it doesn't place a great demand on globals, you just need basically Thrash and Moonfire. But if you macro to your Thrash, then if you just macro, you have Thrash, Moonfire, and then you can get better at using your defensives, then this will help you. So first of all is making sure that you're not playing a build with Raise, because then you have to manage several resources, and that can be a lot harder, and I also have no idea how that plays in single button rotation. But I think that if you were to try my build, you would probably have a much better time with it, though. You still use Ironfur macro? Yeah. It just sounds too... No, I mean, I'm playing this key with it. I've been doing safer pulls, so my overall is going to be lower than it could be. Like right now, for example, I'm not going to chain in. I just got this guy here. Like, our timer is fine. We're still going to time this key, and I think that one AoE might go off. It's going to be really tight. So if I chain him and there's that AoE, then I'm trolled. Here is fine, though. So, Crestar, I think that that's something that I'm actually almost sad about, is that they got rid of the effective playstyle that would really be... It was just the most accessible. It was the friendliest tank. It was the easiest tank to learn. It was the most beginner-friendly. And I'm sad that Guardian does not feel like that anymore. To me, this tank does not feel like the most beginner-friendly tank anymore. I feel like there are other tanks that are actually just going to be better if you're a new tank player. If you're playing a traditional build with Apex and Raze. Just by nature of the fact you have to manage two buttons. And Dal, I'd be curious to know like your thoughts on that, because technically, it's not that hard. But a big example of this is that Prot Warrior has also, traditionally, not been that hard. But a lot of new tanks significantly struggle with the fact that there are two resources. And it's just because Brain GCD, as you're learning to tank, especially as you're getting more comfortable with tanking, you really have to be like, you're like so focused on the key that managing Ignore, Pain, and Shield block can be difficult as a warrior. I've heard that a lot, actually. Like, oh, I keep dropping my block. It's like, oh, okay. It's not technically that hard to manage. And I'm sad that Guardian used to be that tank of like, hey guys, if that's your thing and you just want to be able to coast and chill, yeah, it's the latest build. So this build doesn't use it. You can macro your Ironfur with this build. Oh, watch that bolt, watch that bolt. Holy. Careful the kicks, guys. Careful kicks. Holy. I'll kick this one. So when you can macro your Ironfur Crestar, what happens is, it's only macro to Thrash, though, not Moonfire. You don't have to press Ironfur, which means that you don't have any sort of joint issue of, like, having to manage several resources, though. I don't know how single button assist works, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm assuming if there's no way it could probably press Raise correctly. I mean, I got to imagine that my build would be more friendly for single button assist than a traditional Apex Raise build. You have to imagine that would be true, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That's a guess. I have not tested it myself. I overlap my kick there, so is this next one. Watch out. Oh, what's up, Elrath? Thank you for the resub. Okay, I want a Heart of the Wild here. Let's Feral Frenzy the big guy. I'm going to overlap my puddles here. I don't really mind. Doesn't hurt me too bad. It doesn't do Razor Maul. Okay, so make sure that you are using a build then that supports that playstyle, because most of the tradition, like if you copy a build right now, Crescar, from Wowhead, then that build will intentionally be using those things. But it can make you a lot squishier, and you could have a much higher chance of dying if you're not playing that correctly. So I would highly recommend that you just consider grabbing like a macro at Ironfur builds. I think it will help you. Normally, I would say, hey, you know, play what you want to play, and like you don't have to play this at all. But if I could give you a recommendation, I actually think that this would be one recommendation for you. You might have just a lot more success, and you might just have a much easier time enjoying the game, still being able to play. And I think that, by the way, one of the coolest things with World of Warcraft is that I want the game to be accessible for people who might have any sort of physical disability, because I lived with chronic illness for my entire life, and it's something I'm very familiar with, of just like the adaptations you have to make when you have certain genetic conditions or certain lifelong conditions, etc. You know, no, I mean the thing is, Mickey, we all think about single button. We're not thinking about it right. It's called Mini CC. It's an add-on. I'll link it in my Discord right after this if you remind me. We go all the way here. I've decided that this pull is ultimately fine to do in a pug. Just need to line of sight it. So I really want WoW to be a game that everyone can enjoy, regardless of how physically able there are. And I understand the dislike of the single button rotation. Believe me, like I get that too, and that perspective of it. But you got to understand, it's not meant for us. You know what I mean, Mickey? Like it's meant for people who. Let me put it this way, okay? Whoops, damn it. We res. This one you have to res. Hi, Acid. Keys are going okay. I think this key here, the healer's learning how to do on 16, as I've had to learn as well. Hi, Acid. Oh, so far so good. I've been having a great season. I really like these keys. What about you, Acid? Have you been enjoying tanking and stuff this season? I think there are a lot of hard tank pulls, but I'm enjoying it right now. Having a good time. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. But I definitely think it's so important to realize that WoW is a game that should absolutely be accessible to everyone. And any amount of toxicity that occurs from like, well, if only, right? I guess we're just going to let that guy come in. He's just going to walk in, but I guess he just line of sight then. He comes. I guess he's just going to come in then later. That's one way to do that, Archer. You know what I mean? Hi, Kumi. Thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate the Prime sub. Oh, did he have aggro? Back there? What's happening here? I got him. Okay, I have Vortex Typhoon. The Archer... I'm good. Healer doesn't have to worry about me. I got that just one little brain global there. The Archer has pulled an extra little thing. That's okay. We just really could use a little bit of help getting that one Archer in here. That would be great if there's like a Typhoon or like a something. Maybe like a... I can't really drag this back too well because that doesn't really work. But I like the idea. The single button assist is I'm so glad that they've added it to the game, to be honest with you. Like, it's good that they've added it. Okay, we still have timer right now, but I'm going to in-cap this to help. That Archer, how do I get this Archer in, man? I really wanted somebody else to, like, come and help me with that, but that's okay. I think one button is kind of needed for the people that don't want to go. Yeah, and that's okay, though. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to min-max WoW to enjoy it, though. And it's not about, 25% reduction on it is actually fine. But I hope that helps, by the way. I hope that answers your question. I need Demon Hunter tanking resources. I don't know who's really playing VDH right now. Dal, any VDH tanking resources at the moment, though? Okay, can we save it with 8 minutes? Yes, is the answer. I think you can save this 8 minutes. Bro, it's tight now. Is Dorky playing VDH right now? For your colorblind guys, some bosses, and that's also, yeah, and that's another easy thing. Like, those are easy accessibility wins that World of Warcraft should have done a long time ago. Because the whole joy of this game is that everyone can enjoy it. That's literally the point of the game. That's the whole point, though. Like, and that's I think the thing that should matter for WoW. And that's also one of the reasons why Classic has so much magic to it, is because it wasn't hard to play. there, you know, raiding in Classic wasn't exactly some crazy ask. Like you just had to hit your frostbolt and dodge the fire, and that was still a great experience because everyone could play. Bro, 7.5 minutes is really pushing it. And I think it's doable with Lust at the end, but we'll see how this goes though. What add-on is he using? It's called Mini CC. Let me remind me to put it in my Discord after this. People keep asking. I'll try to do that. Yeah, Aladdin, that's true. Well, nope, that's GG's. Yeah, unfortunate. I think that might be GG's. GG's. Do they want to finish it? Do they care about finishing this? Because that definitely is GG's there. I mean, I guess like 0 more deaths, but like this boss is still way too healthy. And I could try to keep this a little closer for melee uptime as an example of something I could do to min-max. How long do you need last boss? 3 minutes? With Lust? Tops? At least 3 minutes. It's more than 3 minutes. I'll go take the second leap. Right in the clear area here. Oh, we are not doing nearly enough damage here. There are plenty of lower difficulties people can play at. But that's the thing. What does that mean? Lower difficulties. And why should they have to play at lower difficulties? Why can't they just enjoy the game? The one weird thing about WoW, Mickey, that I don't like, everybody has actually forgotten why people play WoW. Hello? I seriously think that gaming in general, everyone has missed the plot recently. People keep focusing so much on the competition and focus nothing on the social element, the fact that it's an escape from the reality, the fact that it's basically a world of magic, the fact that it's something you do for fun, the fact that literally, none of those things get talked about. It's just, well, why can't, but I should be able to play the hardcore version or this version or that version. It's like, that's not what WoW is. It never has been. The more that WoW becomes like that, the worse of a game it becomes. Inevitably. Yeah, like why do you care if people like the one button rotation as an example? Yeah. But that's fine. But they can do that. But then it's like, but then you can't knock looking for raid or anything like that. The competition's fun? Yes, for the minority. And that's the thing I think that's really missed in that conversation is like, it is fun to have competition. But it's just, yeah, you know what I mean? But you have to be so careful about that. Hold up. Bro, there's no way we time this right now. I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, is there a way I could try to group this better? Can I bring this over here? Like, what the hell could I do? But it's not going to happen. You need at least 3 minutes for last boss. I mean, we could finish it if they want, but WoW should be for most, not everyone. I think WoW should be for everyone, and then the people who want to do the things that are degenerate and min-maxy can do those things. That's the truth of it. I think that basically it should be for everyone. And then just like classic WoW is technically for everyone, although there's still technically a skill cap to it, I suppose. So maybe not everybody. But classic WoW is available and accessible. And then the people who want to do some weird speed clear raid type stuff, they can do that. Without the 2 deaths here, it would have been fine. Won't have time. Need 1 more minute. Yeah, he said finish? Okay. I think this is an actual... I didn't realize this was like a legitimately Brazil key. We have some people in here who are... Oh, I didn't realize. That makes sense. Talk about Gigabit Maxing. He's playing it without symbol the way it's been played. Oh, no, but I don't think... I think that the vast majority of people who should use single button assist don't even use it, Mickey. But the fact, like, at least the conversation I wanted to have was that it's not bad for the game for WoW to be accessible. That's the thing I wanted to say. And also, Coomer, what you were saying just about... Kumi, what you were saying just about the fact that they're, like, the visual impairment. I mean, we didn't even used to have telegraph frontals in WoW. They only added that recently. That's wild, too. How efficient you are at these, man. I think someone who's just starting out. Really appreciate your level of mastery. Oh, thank you. I mean, I played beta for a long time, so you have to be careful about comparing too much. Because I do have a lot of reps in these dungeons already. It's not like I'm learning them for the first time right now. I like beta testing, so I did that a lot, though. There was a week where I would tell you who was using it last season. Malden, I thought. I mean, you don't need to be Malden, but I appreciate the sub nonetheless. Thank you, Malden. I just really think that the amount of times that I'll do something maybe a little weird or something, maybe I'll try a different build or maybe I'll try something, and then people will come in to stream and they'll very quickly be like, well, why are you doing that? And I'll be like, because it's fun. And they'll be like, but why? And I'll be like, because it's fun. And they go, but don't you know it's bad? And I'm like, but it's fun. And they're like, yeah, but it's bad. And I'm like, no, but I'm having fun with it. Like, so isn't that okay if I want to try playing like this? And they're like, I mean... I guess. And I'm like, what a weird perspective to have on World of Warcraft. Like, this is a game. And it's really interesting to me that we've completely lost the plot on having fun in World of Warcraft for sure. And it's so easy to get down bad on people for their mistakes. It's easy to be toxic. It's easy to there's all sorts of consequences to this mentality. If that makes sense. Yeah. But it's the mistake that we've made for World of Warcraft in general is the fact that we assume that those are the majority. And I don't think that's true. I don't think that those people are the majority. I think they're the minority. I think the majority of people do fact still play World of Warcraft for fun. And I think that's good. Like, I want that. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys like... I mean, like, we have... How many people are listening right now? Out of curiosity, how do you feel about the game? Do you guys have fun playing it? No? Yeah? How many people right now in this current stream would you say, do you like World of Warcraft? And the answer to that question is yes or no. What's up, Candracarp? Oh, what is that? It's hate it. Yes. I feel like y'all are trolling me now. Shouldn't have asked that question. It's called Mini CC. I show you here though. Yeah, I think it's been a really good expansion so far too. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. Keys are good right now. I tend to meet mostly toxic people. I think it's unfortunate that there are so many toxic people in World of Warcraft. Many years, but I have a good guild of people. That's good. And I'm glad you have a guild. GG's. Heart of the Wind. Oh, shit, I got it. Oh, sweet. Oh, it has speed on it, too. Fantastic. All right, worth it. GG's. I mean, I can't be upset now. Cool. All right, bet. I needed that trinket. I've actually been needing that trinket. Yeah. All right, sweet. All right, cool. I don't need this void contract anymore. All right, bet. Easy money. Easy money. Nice. Nice. Do. Congrats on the trinket. Thank you. Is this IO? It was for a second. Just a few shy of Brazil 16 now. It's not the actual. So basically, and you wanted to not finish? That's true. Sometimes I struggle with finishing, Captain. All right, cool. I'll use my Heart of the Wind here, though. Fun, yes. For Mythic Plus, me only aim for 3K. I'll get in a few days. And then what? That's the question I'm having too, Kumi. So I am a little worried about the longevity of the World of Warcraft season. And I am curious about that. Like, I genuinely want to have a perspective on it, right? Like, I want to have a conversation about it, actually. Just about what does it mean when they hand you things a little bit too easy, right? Remember their whole having that gamer attitude of optimization. Correct, Captain. Yes, I agree with you that that happens, and I don't think it's helpful. So let's go over the add-on. The add-on, by the way, is called Mini CC. Very easy. You just need to reduce the icon size when you do it. Leveling your bear on the moment for alt. Never played it. Do you recommend your no Apex build at 90? My no Apex build will be much easier to pick up. Robotic, if you want to try it. If you want to play a very straightforward build, a very kind of easier to pick up build, absolutely. You don't have to play it, though. You know? Oh, no problem. We were fine. It's all good. I'm not worried about it. Chilling. You clearly had some friends in there. I'm not worried about it. I'm not in a rush. Are you going to go for title this season? I'm going to see how it feels. If it's fun and I'm enjoying pushing with the people I'm currently playing with, I just think title is going to be really weird. Because title is 5.5 months for now. I think we're just behind it, Dal. But the problem is, title is 5.5 months away from right now. How am I supposed to predict how I'm going to want to play 5.5 months from now? If it's more easy than that, yeah, try this. So you can try this build. Basically, what you do is you macro your Ironfur to your Thrash. It's very, very straightforward to do. You just take this. Pure Passion, we'll see. I mean, I normally don't lose Passion for WoW, but I'm curious about it, though, man. I don't know. I don't know how it'll be. So this is the Thrash macro. You just go like this, super easy. And you just take this here. It's going to be an interesting season, for sure, though. Devour can steal your threat with no reason. They can, and it has happened, depending if they are chaining super fast. I definitely have noticed it a little bit, Mikhail, but it also depends on what build you're playing. It seems to me that some Guardian Druid builds have more threat problems than others. Yeah, I think I'm just behind. I don't know what title is right now, but keys are so high. There's going to be some weird inflation at the moments, and in general, I only like that category very infrequently. So we'll see. You know, there's an 18 bit of Saharan with rain in it right now, though. Injected by deeps and walks. Nice. That's the play right there, Lucky. Nice. So yeah, maybe this is more of an alt-friendly season. Like, maybe it's worth playing alts. Maybe this, maybe that. I don't know. I can tell you right now that the keys are not super difficult. So if you just end up playing with good people, you'll end up getting the keys. And then from that point, you know, who knows from there. It should be interesting, though. I kind of want to play my Resto Druid a bit more. But I also kind of want to start gearing some other things. At least 5 characters I want to play. That's how I like to play the game too, but that's not necessarily how most people want to play the game. That's the thing. That's the thing, right? I barely keep up with 2 of them. I keep it fresh by at least thinking that I want to be playing some Resto, I want to be playing some Guardian, I want to play my Brewmaster a little bit more too. I want to play my Prot Pally, maybe my Prot Warrior, maybe my Mistweaver. Mistweaver is super fun. Like, there are so many things that I can do, you know? Yeah, Dal, I mean, you don't have to worry about it. People know who you are. But also titles, so like, it's not going to be a linear scaling system because you have this massive infusion at the start now. But then you're not going to necessarily have that keep going for a while. I think that the wall, like, because you have the Resil system, and that's still going to be weird. Yeah, I know. I saw you doing some keys today, but like, basically, we'll see. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I had my second death of the season, basically. I had a death. We went into 17 Nexus, and I wasn't anticipating the fact that my normal rotation would not out-heal the Null Sunders, so I died in 17 Nexus today. I did see that. Yep. And since I like double FC, I'm going to get it, though. Playing DUCC. I play a weird build, Lucky. I'm playing some absolutely weird shit, man. Just not because we don't have threat. I like playing my own cook. But yes, I would recommend, by the way, Rob, if you want to try an easier thing when you get to this, just play this. Grab that Ironfur macro and stuff, though. Yeah. I mean, can Bear do it? Of course. So, I want to save my key if possible. There's another one right here. I don't think this is too bad. We can also wait for some friends. I don't need to do it right now. This is a good question. What should we do? Does anybody want a game? Part of me wants to actually just go properly crest farm on a few things, or do some things that I'm not used to, though. How do you feel about the class tunings? Oh, you can ask me as many times as you want, Optical. No problem. You can ask me as many times as you want. I don't mind answering the same question, though. Ultimately, I think that they kind of missed with a few of the specs, in particular Prot Pally. The Blood DK buffs are pretty solid. Like, the armor buffs, I feel like Prot Pally needed them as much as Blood DK needed them. The auto attack damage increases for VDH and stuff. What's up with that? Why are they buffing auto attack damage? Such a weird metric to tune for. Do you know what I mean? But, like, it's such a weird metric to tune auto attack damage for tanks. Yeah, I know. Like, I was a little confused to see that, though. To give it, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. Like, I suppose, right? That it's just a strange metric to. They keep buffing auto attack damage. Like, our melees are just gonna be, doing more. Are actually placebo, maybe. I wonder what the uptime on this is now. Well, I'm having a problem with clump of nameplates when moving camera. Make sure you have, by the way, Kumi, make sure you have some sort of platinator. That's what you really want to make sure you have. Make sure that you have some sort of enemy nameplate add-on. I don't even think it's optional at this point in Mythic Plus. I think that it is basically borderline required. I think it's very important. Was the brew nerf too much, too little? Probably too little, actually. Samul. Mr. Samul in a 16 Algathar. Interesting. I mean, do I want to do 16s or do I want to just hold for friends? I don't think they're that hard right now. I think the brew nerf is fine. I rerolled to brew. No, it's basically, if that's all that brew gets, it's still going to be a dominant tank. I mean, Vital Flame is a huge part of their kit. 10% on that is a lot, but it's not anywhere. I mean, they didn't actually nerf Stagger, and they didn't actually target. I mean, it's not like a crazy nerf in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. How do we see natural resilience is working? And I can't see anything indicating a shield. You just know it's there. Yeah, technically speaking, you just kind of know it's there. Like, I don't see a shield effect, but I can see it here. I just know it's there. Do you have any of the stack nameplates? All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to come back and then decide if anybody wants to run some, like, 10 to 12 range keys. I might just start gearing my Brewmaster a little bit for fun. I don't mind playing some more WoW, but let me just go grab a snack real quick, okay? I failed to... Hold on 1 second. No, I just want to play some different things. It's going to be a long season. It's going to be a long season. So this is a good time to actually just take that little bit of a break. I wish more bears would do that. It's good to have ults this season, though. Hey, Chandler. Hope you're doing okay. I am doing all right today, actually. I'm just figuring out what it is that exactly... I owe 75 jumping jacks for stuff, though. I owe 75 jumping jacks, and I want to figure out what I'm doing for the rest of my night. That is a good question, though. Hey, Bitvolk. How are things? So far, so good. Bear feels decent. I think that bear feels good. I feel like I could go into any 17 in tank. The 18 is the question. I think that 18 is the question mark of maybe when timers start getting a little harder. I could see 18 being a little thing, though. What's your single target rotation? Make sure you throw Feral Frenzy in there. This build does struggle a bit with single target. You can get like about 30, 35k depending. Single target rotation is just like this. So on single target, let's find one target here. Thrash, Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam start here. Feral Frenzy. Over here. My Thrash is going to be hitting that other thing. And then I'm here. And then I Incarn. And then I Thrash more. And then at 5 stacks of Thrash, I Sundering Roar. And then I go like this. And then I go like that. And then I Lunar Beam when it's up. And then I Thrash. Single target rotation. Thrash, Moonfire, Thrash, Moonfire, Thrash, Moonfire, Thrash, Lunar Beam, Thrash, Moonfire, Thrash, Moonfire. Oh, wait, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's literally the entire rotation. That's the single target rotation. Voila. Done. Thrash, Moonfire, Lunar Beam when it's up. Here we go. Thrash, Moonfire, 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 Thrash. That's it. That's the whole rotation right there. I saw your video of big tanking tips for Season 1. Do you have any videos going over add-ons? Yeah, there's one in particular. I think that's the most important, though. Riveting gameplay. I mean, it's chill. Friendly Banani. Yo, thank you for this up. I recognize your name because it's I like that name. I think Friendly Banani, I would like to be a Friendly Banana, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's actually Banana is the name, but for what it's worth, I appreciate the name. Good name, good name, good name. Hello. How's it going? So basically, what you want to do for add-ons, there are a few that are now helpful that you could get, like the mini CC as an example, which I will link in my Discord right now. Let me go do this, though. It is a good name. I agree. So mini CC, for example, that's the first one. I'm going to link this into my UI section of the Discord. And then there's a few other ones like Wind Tools, X Wind Tools, or whatever it is. That's giving me the kick tracker. But all those things, to be honest with you, my nameplates are base nameplates, and they show me everything I need to know. There's really only one add-on, I would say, that you actually need in World of Warcraft. Right now, and I mean this, of all the add-ons that I could use, there is only one add-on that you actually need for Mythic Plus, and it is Platinator or Plater. Either one works. Any of this other stuff is cool. If you want to use some cool stuff, that's all fine. But Platinator is the true gameplay advantage add-on. If you don't have this, you are at a disadvantage. You will not see certain things in a dungeon that you really want to see. So really, this is the only add-on that you technically need because the base nameplates are bad. That's what I would say. To be honest with you, I feel like Platinator is the key. Like, you definitely want this, but you don't need anything else. I use this for an action tracker. The enemy nameplates. Our nameplates, party frames are fine. No, you can use that. I have my own Platinator profile that I set up on beta. You can find it in my Discord, and you just go to my UI in Discord, and you'll find it there basically right away. Yeah, you just find it there. No problem. Yeah, Plater also works. They're about the same. What makes it exactly? And I can see if it's green, if it's casting on me. It gives me so much information, to be honest with you. So I really, really like those things. Those help me a lot. Hey, visual. Okay, let me go get a snack real quick. I'll be right back. I think about it. What I'm going to do. What character should I play when I come back? You guys have any preferences? I might check it out then. That's what I would say. I think it's the one add-on. And you can just steal my Platinator profile from Discord. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be sub for it. Okay, be right back. I have made decisions. Here we go. This is what we're doing. Here we go. That's what I've got a plan now. Here's a good plan. Yo, what's up? Do. Wait, hello? Did my stream DC while I was gone? Wait, what this? Did my internet just go out? Wait, hello? Interesting. Oh, hello. You're not. Okay, stream's not good? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Weird. I had to reload, but it's fine. Oh, I did DC for a moment. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Well, unfortunate. So the power flickered again. Interesting. How curious, because that has been happening one too many times recently. Interesting. 21 visual. I'm glad that my guides help. I'm actually really excited to make more. So one of my plans was that I was going to go work on some Patreon videos, and I was actually going to end a little early today. So that works out because I was just about to end anyways. That was the plan. I want to go make some cool Patreon videos. Alrighty then. Well then, how interesting that all worked out, huh? I guess we'll come back. We'll play with some friends tomorrow. And should be fun. But yeah, I think that if I have extra time tonight, I'd love to work on some videos and go hang out with Kitty for a bit. Thanks for all your help. You're welcome. I'll be back tomorrow. So that being said, tomorrow, I do still want to kind of work on gearing up my... what's it called? I think it'd be really cool. I wonder. I think it'd be cool if I worked on my Brewmaster just a little bit. Could be fun. All right, let's see. Who is on? My turn to hog a woo all to yourself. That's true. That's very true. Let's see who live. I know who's live right now. This guy is still live. Now, normally, streaming longer than you for once. Hold up. Is he about to end? Why does it look like he is about to end? Hold on, I just check real quick. Da. Oh, he is about to end. I knew it. I saw it. I was like, oh, I'm going to go say hi to him. And then I realized he was ending. LOL. All right, nerd. Thank you for the resub. It's the easiest tank of not Druid anymore. This version of Druid is still the easiest tank, the one that I play right now. Yeah, this version of Druid is definitely the easiest one. Past that point, though, I'm not sure. All right. Plenty of people I can say hi to. Do. I'm gonna try some Claus out. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Dinalo. Ultimately, you should play what you find most fun, right? I think that's the important thing. Just play what you find most fun. Do. You've been Guardians TPC, and that's fine. You could still play Guardian. Guardian still works, by the way. Absolutely fine. No problem there. This guy. Cool. GG's. Oh, hi. Holy touch. I'm just about to end tonight. I'm going to go work on some videos, I think, for Patreon. I want to go work on, like, some masterclass stuff and some other things. We'll talk about that later. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye.